but something's different next to you. It's like my soul is set on fire, but oh, I'm starting to feel tired. 'Cause I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know I can't keep bottled up inside. And all I wanna know is, are you ready for the ride? What have I been waiting for? Oh, I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know. 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 Take my hand and say for sure, I can't keep on this road alone. And all this time I thought I knew, but all this time oh, it's been you. 'Cause I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know I can't keep bottled up inside. And all I wanna know is, are you ready for the ride? What have I been waiting for? Oh, I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know. 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 'Cause I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know I can't keep bottled up inside. And all I wanna know is, are you ready for the ride? What have I been waiting for? Oh, I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know.
You give me something real I've never gone
I found a home here in your eyes. Don't you know your love is dangerous? 'Cause now I never wanna be without you, baby, without you, baby. Oh, and no, it doesn't have to be high stress. Lay with my head on your chest. I'm so good when you're by my side. I'm so good, babe. We dancing in the kitchen. Nobody does it like you do. Now there ain't nothing missing. Now that I got you. Oh, this is something different. No, not just something new. Feel like I'm always running. Now that I got you. So tell me how you feel, 'cause there ain't nothing better now, better now. There ain't nothing better. You give me something real, something never gonna let you down, let you down. Now that I got you, tell me how you feel, 'cause there ain't nothing better now, better now. That I got you. You give me something real, something never gonna let you down, let you down. Now that I got you, now that I got you, baby, now that I got We're flying high like a jet stream. See it in your eyes that you feel me. Never wanna come down to the ground. Setting sparks to fires when you're with me. And I realize what it all means when our hearts beat loud to the beat. There's a song in my head, wanna play it again. Soundtrack to the best days we ever had. You're the one on my heart, erasing all my scars. Oh, I love you so bad. I am better than I've been whenever you're around. Oh, you're looking at me unconditionally. Oh, your voice cuts through to me in every single crowd. And I know you love me till the sky falls down. Till the sky falls down. How we got it so good, I don't know how. Tattooing your name on my heart now. Never wanna let go of this feeling. Soaking in your light right above me. It's an open sky full of our dreams. Never been so easy to believe. There's a song in my head, wanna play it again. Soundtrack to the best days we ever had. You're the one on my heart, erasing all my scars. Oh, I love you so bad. I am better than I've been whenever you're around. Oh, you're looking at me unconditionally. Oh, your voice pick me up when you're done working. You know that I wanna see you're worth it. The way you treat me, I'm undeserving. Every day I'm with you, I think you're perfect. On a Saturday night, I was doing just fine. I was out on my own, didn't want nobody else. Then I opened my eyes and I put down my fight.
Hello, welcome to Recipe for an Accessible Component. I'm Sophia, a front-end engineer at Course Hero. I'm here with Karan, a senior front-end engineer also from Course Hero.
So I actually have a question for you, Sophia. When people think about accessibility, what do you think that most people have in mind?
I think that people tend to think of very visible disabilities. So when we think about like visual symbolism, it's the person in the wheelchair, it's a person with a crutch. But I think when we think about accessibility in a more universal sense, it becomes kind of more motivating. So this definition, which was kind of cobbled together from a bunch of different definitions, says that websites that are designed and developed so that every person can understand, navigate, and contribute to them, no matter their device, their circumstances, or their ability. I think that definition of web accessibility makes us realize that it's more of a universal thing, right? So maybe you don't have a conventional disability, but a website that has high contrast and clear information structure is easier to understand when you're on your phone. Or maybe if you're in a really loud environment, right, you really want those captions, even if you can hear it in normal circumstances. Something that's interesting to know is that disability affects a lot more people than people realize. So according to the CDC, roughly about 15% of the people in the world have some form of disability, but that number goes to roughly 1 to 5 when you look at adults specifically. And there's 4 major kinds. There's manual or motor mobility, which means that maybe the user can't operate a mouse the same way that other people can. There's hearing disabilities, in which case captions are really important. And then there's like different levels of visual disability, right? It might not mean that the person is completely unable to see, but maybe they need to use the zoom function, or maybe they need higher contrast. And then there's also cognitive disability, which means that they really are relying on a really clear information hierarchy to understand where they're going and what they're doing on a website. So to summarize, why is it important? One, better accessibility on the web benefits everyone. Again, with the example of high contrast captions, like a lot of people will benefit from that, even if they don't have a conventional disability. And then it's also the law, right? So the Americans with Disabilities Act has spurred a lot of these lawsuits related to companies missing certain features on their websites. So Hulu faced a lawsuit in 2017 because they didn't have caption support for a lot of their videos. Beyonce's website also had its own lawsuit because the website is kind of like a visual photo diary, but it was missing a lot of the text alternatives and the keyboard navigation that a lot of people rely on. So it's kind of interesting to think about accessibility in React. There was a study that was done earlier this year by WebAIM, which is an organization that is considered an authority on web accessibility. And in their study, they looked at the top 1 million websites and what technologies they use and how those choices affected accessibility. And one category was frameworks, and they found that pages that use React had about 6% more accessibility errors than the average website. But this is completely preventable, right? There's nothing inherent to React that prevents us from building accessible components and websites. So we're gonna talk about how to do that by doing a demo for how to build an accessible accordion. All right, here we are on localhost with a really basic accordion we've set up.
So tell me a little bit about what you mean when you're saying an accordion here.
Well, that's a great question. So there's a lot of names for it. Sometimes it's called a collapsible section. Sometimes it's called a dropdown, but basically it's just a button that lets you toggle content by clicking on it. So let's think about the accessibility of this. One really great built-in tool that's on Chrome is Lighthouse. So that's something in DevTools that you can use to evaluate your website for things like SEO, accessibility, and also just general performance. So let's open up DevTools. I'm going to go to the Lighthouse option, and then we're just going to have accessibility checked off. And we're going to run it by clicking Generate Report. Let's see what it says. Okay, it's not too bad, but there's an issue that's flagged, which is contrast. So it says background and foreground colors do not have a sufficient contrast ratio. All right, so let's see what that ratio is. And I can see the problematic element is accordion title. So let's select that. All right, it's telling me the contrast ratio is 1.97, which is not great. It doesn't pass even the minimum requirement. So we will want to fix that. Okay.
You know, one thing I did notice is this additional items to manually check. Can we take a quick look at that?
Sure.
See what it says there. Page has a logical tab order, interactive keyboard controls. Let's see, tabbing through the page, keyboard controls. I don't think we set this up on our example. Let's take a look here. Tabbing doesn't do anything. When I see something like this, the page that actually comes to mind is one of my favorite resources, the W3C, these ARIA design patterns. Let's Command F here and see if we can find an accordion. Ah, there we are. Okay, so this has a little example accordion. It works pretty similar to ours. I notice already some differences in things that are highlighted. But let's look at the accessibility features that Chrome was mentioning. Like keyboard support, space or enter should open things. I like these arrow options. The tab should be there for sure. What else is there? There's some ARIA information here. I like this idea of showing whether it's expanded. There's some really good stuff in here. Cool. So this kind of gives us a little idea of what we can focus on going forward.
All right. So let's edit the code for our accordion by hopping here in Code Sandbox, which is an online editor. So just to summarize some of the issues we've noted, there's the color contrast issues, there's lack of keyboard navigation, it's the UI for focus states, and then some ARIA attributes. So let's just walk through this quickly. We have our root component, app.js, which renders an accordion, which takes in a children, which is just an array of data objects. The individual accordions are here in accordion item, and each accordion item contains a header and a body. So the header corresponds to the text up on the button, and the body corresponds to the body of the accordion. So one quick note before we start, oftentimes in React, we use a div as a wrapper when we're returning multiple elements. But if there isn't a better semantic element to use, or if we don't need a class name, which in this case we do, then we should use a React fragment, which looks like this. And the reason for doing that is we don't add an unnecessary node to the DOM, which can complicate where the focus goes. In this case, we do need the div because we have a class name, so I'm going to leave that as is. And let's tackle the first issue, which is improving the markup. So we're using a div for the button here, which doesn't really say much. So let's just change that to a button element. All right, so before you panic, obviously it's applying the default styles, hence why the button's no longer full width. But not to worry, we can override the width pretty easily with a little bit of CSS. I'm going to hop into the style sheet and just pop this here. Good, we are back to where we were before. And again, to reiterate, by turning this div into a button, we can now navigate using the tab, which is very cool. Another thing we should do is make it a little more obvious that these buttons can be clicked on, right? Because it's not inherently obvious. So a lot of times on websites, they'll add a plus or minus sign, plus meaning that you can expand this section, minus meaning that you can collapse it. we are going to be a little fancy, so we are going to use the actor selector to add some triangles to our titles. You look in accordion header, we have this open class or conditionally rendering, so we can use that to show a different triangle when it's open versus when it's closed. I'll just say this really quickly, and we're going to add a little bit of CSS here. There we go. Now we have upside down triangle when it is closed, and then right side up triangle when it's open. And this way it's just a little more obvious that this is an element that you can interact with. So that's good. One other thing we noticed from the Lighthouse report was that the contrast wasn't strong enough. So we can fix that very easily. We just basically need a stronger contrast between the background color and the text color. So just to keep it simple, why don't we make the background white? And that should be a lot better. Okay, so we can click on that. And now it is a contrast ratio of 5.74, which passes even the strictest standards with flying colors. So that's awesome. Close this vector. One other thing is a lot of people don't really like this default focus styling, this blue rectangle, but we can customize that and make it even pop a little more. You look at the examples page, they talk about how the background color of the header button should ideally change just to make it more obvious that that's the one that's open. So I'm just going to add a little styling to the focus selector here. So now it's a little more obvious, right? We have this green outline and this pale yellow color, and it's just a little bit more obvious that it's the element we're focused on. One other thing I want to do is add emphasis on the header for the accordion that's collapsed by making the text black. Like right now, if I click out, it actually goes back to gray. So we can just add a little bit of CSS. And this way, it's a little more obvious that it's the one that's being emphasized. Awesome. So we've improved some of the things on the visual front. We also want to communicate some of this information non-visually as well. So for example, for the average person, maybe it's obvious that the accordion is open when you click on it. But for someone who's visually impaired, we want to communicate that information using some ARIA attributes. So pretty straightforwardly, we can apply ARIA expanded to communicate whether the toggle is open or not. So we can simply just set that to our is open property, which will be true or false. And this way, the screen reader knows when a toggle is open. So that's pretty straightforward. Based on the notes in the W3 site, we also want to add some attributes to communicate the relationship between the button and the text, right? For us, maybe it's obvious that you click on the button, you see the text, but for someone using screen reader, we want to communicate that otherwise. So let's add an ID, a unique ID, and also this ARIA controls property, which tells us which section it will impact. And then on the flip side, let's also add some attributes to accordion body. So ID, role, region, which just tells screen readers, hey, this is not, this doesn't fall under like a specific type of label, but it's an area that you should read out. And then also ARIA labeled by, which is the inverse of ARIA controls, saying, hey, the part that points to me is label index. So we've improved our UI to show the focus state better. We've added some important attributes. Now, what about that keyboard navigation?
I'm actually really excited to talk about keyboard navigation, and it's completely vital to accessibility. And as we saw, it's actually there's actually suggestions by the W3C on how to do that. So let's get started on this. Let's put this together. So let's see, how do we want to start here? I'm thinking let's start in the header component itself. If we take a look at what we have here, we can tab between stuff. We can shift tab between stuff. but the up and down arrows don't work. I remember reading that over there, that we needed to make these up and down arrows work. How about we start there? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a little on key down listener. Let's put that maybe right here on the header. So what does this do? This listens for arrow up. This listens for arrow down. This listens for escape. It's a personal favorite. I like the idea of hitting escape to quit an accordion. And what do we want to do when we have this? Let's say on arrow up, I want to scroll up, arrow down, scroll down, escape, close it. I think that's probably more appropriate for a parent component. So let's just add some stub functions here, maybe something that we will grab from the props. So something like this. Okay, I like that. I like how that looks. Okay, let's move to the accordion now. So this is probably where we're going to control a lot of this functionality. You know, I have an idea of how we're going to do this, and I like the idea of using a use effect in our child component. Let me put some code on the screen, and then we can talk through how it works. So the idea here is, let's create a little state, maybe something like a focused index. And what I want to do is I want this parent to listen for these key up and key down events. It kind of knows what index of the child is sending those events. And all we really need to do is send it to the item above or item below. So we can update this focus index. And if we hop here to the header again, we can actually maybe put in a little ref here. So I'm going to put a little ref here. How about here? Okay. And this ref will actually point to this item right here. And what this ref I put in does is it checks, hey, should I be focused? You know, did something in the parent component tell me that I should be focused now? And if that changes and it's true, then focus me. Really straightforward, really simple. You can, of course, do things that are much more complicated, but let's start simple for now. Okay, so let's move in and let's start studying out some of these functions. So the first thing I'm going to do is put some little empty functions that we'll use here. Okay, so what do we have here? We're passing our isFocus, which we were using over here. We're passing our focus next, focus previous, and handle escape. Let's start with focus next. So I think it's pretty straightforward that we want to set the index to the next one. But there's also a situation where, what if you're on the last accordion element? What does that look like? That looks like something like this, and you hit the down arrow. I say we should loop up. I believe I saw that in the W3C. That's very comfortable navigation for me. So let's add that here. So what did we do here? We said that if we're on the last element, we're going to loop to the beginning. Otherwise, we're just going to go to index +1. And because we are listening for changes in the focus index in the child, this seems like it should work. Let's try this together. Hey, there we go, down arrow. Oh, and it loops. Okay, I really like that. So the up arrow is pretty similar. So I'll just put in the code for that real quick. Boom. And, you know, let's test it together. Let's go here. Down arrow works. Up arrow works. That's great. And then escape, what do we want to do? This is a personal preference. I like the idea of collapsing an accordion with escape. So let's try this. I'm going to put in some code here. I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to hit escape. So let's open this one and hit escape. Hey, that works. So one, this is very inclusive, right? There are individuals who wouldn't have been able to comfortably use our accordion before that now can. There are people who we are empowering. But I genuinely believe that this helps everybody. Everybody has a better experience because of this. It just feels like, it feels intuitive. It feels right. It feels fun to use. It's a simple accordion component, I know, but it feels fun.
So that was our demo. Obviously, there are libraries out there that you can just download that have all of these features built in. But the point of this demo was to just show you how easy it is to make your components more accessible. So what are the ingredients? It's being thoughtful about the markup by using semantic HTML. It's incorporating ARIA attributes. It's making sure that keyboard navigation is supported, which can actually come from the semantic markup. And it's also being clear about focus management. There's a lot of great resources out there, but two that we particularly recommend are the W3C examples page and this website, which has a lot of information about different patterns. So the first one is the one that we showed during our demo, which has really detailed information about the kinds of attributes you should be using, different considerations, kind of at the element level. And then the second link kind of takes a more philosophical approach when it comes to different components. So why we can make different choices and what the implications are for those choices. So we really encourage you to check those out.
So before we close out here, I actually had a question for you, Sophia. It's been a year and I wanted to know something not related to computer science, something a little personal. What gives you hope?
That's a really good question. Yeah, this has been quite a year. I think it's two things. One thing is just how resilient people have been, both at the team level and also at the level beyond that. People have found really amazing ways to cope with everything that's going on in the world. For my team at Course Hero, we did a virtual cocktail class. I think I heard that your team did a virtual escape room, which is really, really cool. And then secondly, I think what gives me hope is how we've been able to recognize the humanity in each other. Definitely at Course Hero, but also across all of the different social circles we're in. I think being empathetic, being patient, and demonstrating our respect for each other has kind of underlined the fact that beyond us being devs, we are humans. We have basic needs and we should take care of each other in difficult times. What about you, Karin?
It's like I said, it's been a year. I think sometimes it just feels like the world might be falling apart. And sometimes it feels like there's a lot out there to be scared of. And sometimes it even feels like that feeling might never go away. But interestingly, tech represents hope to me. Tech to me is a promise that the future will get better. I learned the word doom scrolling this year. If you look it up, it's just this idea that you keep going on Twitter and keep finding more and more scary things. There's always going to be something scary, something negative out there. But no matter what, it seems that phones always get a little thinner. Computers always get a little faster. And every once in a while, something new comes out that just feels magical. In those moments, that magic can inspire a sense of wonder and, for me, hope. I became an engineer because it allows me to shape what this slightly better future will look like. And I think that we focus on accessibility because it allows us to make this slightly better future more inclusive as well. This was an awesome talk, Sophia. Thank you so much for setting this up. Thank you for having me as a part of this.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for everything you shared. Everything you said really resonated with me as well. And to the people watching this talk, I hope it brought you something, both in terms of learning about accessibility, but also thinking about who we are as people. Thanks.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back, Anjana. I'm happy to see you today on this Wednesday. We were just talking before. It's hard to believe that it's only Wednesday. There's been so much that's happened in 3 days during this conference. And I'm excited to get into this third day. I mean, it's only day 3. It's amazing. We've had so many great talks already and topic tables and such great sponsors, but I'm just excited to get kicked off today. My name is Jonathan Cottrell. I am a director of technology at PBS. I also host Developer Tea, which is a podcast for engineers like yourself who are looking to level up in their careers. And I'm excited to get going today. Anjana, why don't you introduce yourself next?
Yeah, we are really excited to be back with you for day 3. In case you haven't been able to join us the last couple of days, hi, I'm Anjana Vakil. I'm a software developer and developer advocate at Observable. And I am really excited that we have one more action-packed day of amazing stuff for y'all. And we are super excited to tell y'all a little bit about what's going to happen today and also jump right into our talks. But first, I want to make sure we give a huge thank you and shout out to our amazing sponsors who've been making this all possible. So thank you so much. And please, everyone, join us in thanking Flexport, Course Hero, Imagix, Vercel, Auth0, Hasura, Vonage, Netlify, and Mux.
Woohoo. Awesome sponsors. Sponsors make the world go round for events like this. So it's wonderful to have such great sponsors this year. We hope that you had a chance to hang out with those sponsors this morning and the past 2 days because they have some of the best engineers working at those companies. Official expo sessions are now complete, but many sponsors will still be hanging out at their booths. Make sure you go and say hi. You can find that in Hopin, which we're going to continue talking about because it's such an interesting platform with so much more going on than just the main stage. So make sure you click around and explore a little bit.
Definitely. And also a huge thank you to freeCodeCamp, who is making our live stream possible. We have folks joining us on Hopin Live, but we also have folks tuning in to our YouTube live stream. So huge thank you to freeCodeCamp for making that happen. And whether you're looking on the stage on Hopin or whether you're watching the live stream, you're going to see some amazing talks today. So get pumped. Get ready, because we have some awesome talks coming your way from Becca Bailey, Brian Leroux, Lee Robinson, Cassidy Williams, and then we're going to cap off the day and the whole conference with a very special live episode of Syntax FM with Wes Bos and Scott Tolinski. Exciting!
Yeah, Wes and Scott are much more entertaining and funny than I can be in a live setting, so I'm excited for that one. And as the previous 2 days, as it's been true in the previous 2 days, the morning and the afternoon talks will be broken up by live topic tables with speakers and other experts. So make sure you check out those topic tables. You can find them. Let me see if I get it right this time. Over there, the sessions are over there in Hopin. You click on the sessions and you can go and join a topic table. Those have been really fun. And by the way, when you're in a topic table, you can actually show your face. It can be kind of like the big, Brady Bunch style Zoom videos or Zoom meetings rather, where you can show your face and share your voice as well and ask questions in that way, as long as that particular topic table is open to that.
Yes, definitely. And please remember that in all of our interactions with each other, whether in the topics table sections, in the chat, or even in the YouTube comments, all of our conversations with each other, we want to keep this a very safe and respectful place. So please, everyone, please keep being considerate, keep being respectful, keep taking responsibility for your actions. And remember that we are all abiding by the code of conduct, which you can find at reactathon.com/conduct.
If you ever do feel unsafe or harassed or someone is just trolling you unnecessarily, you can report them by clicking on their profile and clicking report user. Even if it's questionable, if you're thinking maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't, please do that because we'd rather have the report than you feel like you were hurt or harassed. This will send a report to the organizers and they will pay attention to it and they will handle it.
Absolutely. All right. Well, without further ado, let's jump into these amazing talks. What do you say, Jonathan? Who we got up first?
Yes, I'm excited. Yeah, first is Becca Bailey. Becca is a front-end engineer at Formidable with a deep love of React, TypeScript, and GraphQL. After a previous career as an elementary music and fine arts teacher, she loves helping artists and career changers understand software.
I love this. I love how many folks we have speaking at the conference and attending the conference and being present at the conference who have transitioned into this wide, wonderful world of tech and React from other industries, other jobs. Love this. So today, Becca is going to tell us a little bit about how to love refactoring our code, which I am really excited to hear about because refactoring is always a huge headache to me. So I'm excited to change my mindset about it. And so we're going to learn how we can love refactoring while avoiding unintentional changes to our existing logic. And we're going to learn how refactoring can help us simplify, create a foundation for future work, and better communicate our intentions for our code base, which I love that. That was one of our kind of subtle themes yesterday, was how our code really communicates with our teammates. So we're delighted to have Formidable engineer Becca Bailey show us how to find joy in refactoring by Marie Kondoing up to levels of organization and cleanliness that Marie Kondo would absolutely approve. So please, everyone, join us in welcoming Becca Bailey.
Hi, I'm Becca. I'm a software engineer and engineering manager at Formidable. And today I'm going to be talking about refactoring and sharing some strategies for how we can hopefully make refactoring one less stressful thing that we have to deal with this year. For those of you who are not closely following American or Japanese popular culture, Marie Kondo is the author of The Life-Changing Magic of Tidying Up, as well as the star of the life-changing manga of Tidying Up and a Netflix series. A couple years ago, I decided to read her book, and I attempted to put her principles into practice in my messy 600 square foot Chicago apartment. I really expected to hate this entire experience, but actually I didn't. In addition to learning some new folding skills, I've learned about how reducing the number of things that I own helps me to better appreciate the things that I have. And when we know and appreciate the things that we have, it turns out that we're less likely to leave them lying around on the floor. So this got me thinking about how to connect these practices to the code that I write. Because there are many days when none of my code brings me joy. But unfortunately, just throwing it away is not a viable option. So this brought me back to the concept of refactoring. What is refactoring? Well, according to the book Refactoring by Martin Fowler, code refactoring is the process of restructuring existing computer code, changing the factoring without changing its external behavior. So there's a word in there that we might not be familiar with, which is factoring. And factoring refers to the internal parts of a program or the implementation details. So let's note that if we're making breaking changes to the public-facing API of a library or even a top-level component, while this is often necessary, it's not actually by definition refactoring. Refactoring means changing the inside without changing the outside. This brings me to my personal definition of refactoring. To me, refactoring is an opportunity to change your mind and ask yourself, what decisions would I make differently if I could write this code again? Sometimes when we talk about refactoring, we're referring to the process of modernizing our syntax. In React, this might involve refactoring from a class to a function component, replacing deprecated lifecycle methods, or converting state and lifecycle methods to hooks. This is often a great and necessary thing to do, but I think this is a separate concern from refactoring for code style and readability. Modernizing your syntax is a part of refactoring, but at least for me, it's not the entire reason that I refactor. You might discover that using hooks, context, suspense, or other modern React APIs might aid you in your pursuit of human-readable code. But in my view, modern syntax is a tool and not an end goal when refactoring. Refactoring isn't just about code quality either. In my experience, the pursuit of artfully crafted software can lead to a lot of pride about your work. But unless you're deliberate about respecting deadlines, embracing alternate viewpoints, and collaborating with your team, it sometimes just makes software engineering more exclusionary to people who don't subscribe to a specific set of engineering principles. One of the things I really loved about Marie Kondo's philosophy is that it's not just about buying stuff from the Container Store and redecorating your house to make it look like a beautiful minimalist magazine cover. Likewise, the end goal of refactoring isn't to have perfect or beautiful code for its own sake. So when do I refactor? When I organized my apartment a couple years ago, my goal was to feel less stressed every time I came home from work. After dealing with this anxiety for a few months, I knew it was time to reorganize. Likewise, there are some things that tell me it's time to refactor my React code. My general rules are to refactor when your code is hard to test, hard to understand, or hard to change. For example, if you find yourself mocking out a lot of external libraries, or walking on eggshells around your code base, or just scratching your head a lot when you try to read your own code, it might be time to refactor. But more specifically, here are some things that I see in React projects that clue me in that I might need to change some things. These things include out-of-control props. So usually if I have 27 props on one component, that tells me that there's something wrong. Nested conditionals, so conditionals that are really hard to follow. Confusing variable names, or components that are doing too many things that are uncertain about what their responsibilities actually are. These are some general best practices as I know them, but I'll tell you this. If you do your job for a while, if you do regular code reviews and collaborate with your team and practice refactoring, I promise you, you will develop your own sense for knowing what to refactor. A couple more things to note before we move on. First of all, it's really common to think about refactoring as a negative thing, as something that only happens when we write bad code. I call this get blame refactoring. However, refactoring doesn't mean that you or someone else did something wrong. Maybe you made the best choice you could with the knowledge you had in the moment. But now you have more information or more expertise and you've changed your mind. It's okay to change your mind. There's no shame in refactoring or having someone else refactor your code. So, as we're talking about how to refactor, let's talk about discarding. A key tenet of Marie Kondo's philosophy is to start with discarding. While I know most of us have some amount of legacy code to maintain, and we don't have the ability to just throw out everything that doesn't bring us joy, it's also not unusual for us to hold on to code that we don't need anymore. Maybe it's a class that your coworker wrote a year ago that you don't quite know what to do with, or some utility functions that are no longer useful, or some old comments that don't apply anymore. Perhaps we're afraid to get rid of code because we didn't write it, we don't understand it, or we're uncertain about whether we're going to need it someday. But you can discard it. Worst case scenario, we can use 3 magic words to bring it all back again. This is one of my favorite things about programming, because no matter how messy it gets, no matter how much we mess up, it's really easy to reset everything and try again. So, I don't know about you, but the practice of refactoring isn't always a joyful experience. Making changes to the structure of our components can result in confusing errors, test failures, and unintentional changes to the behavior of our components. Have you ever introduced a bug by refactoring? I know I have. So, this is why I love writing tests. Testing sounds stressful, especially if you're not used to doing it. But believe me when I tell you that this is the #1 thing you can do to transform your refactoring work from a chore to an actual relaxing experience. However, not all tests are made alike. So here's an example of a way that tests can not help us refactor. Let's say I have a simple class component. I'll call this a drawer, since Marie Kondo loves putting things in drawers. I have some state and a render function with some conditional logic. Now, if you don't understand what's going on here, don't worry, because neither do I, and that's why I'm refactoring this component. So using a tool like Storybook, I can test that this component works. And let's say that this component has some existing tests. This syntax is a little less common now, but if your code has been around for a few years, there's a good chance that I'm using a test renderer like Enzyme to test my code. Enzyme allows me to access the props and state of my component in order to make test assertions against them. I can run my tests and everything works great so far. So now I'm going to start refactoring. Okay, I know I said that we shouldn't refactor just to modernize syntax, but hooks are cool, so I'll start by switching this class component out for a function with a useState hook. And look at that, it got shorter already. But, hold on now. When I run my tests again, something is broken, even though I know the component works the same way it did before. So let's read that error message. It says, shallow wrapper state can only be called on class components. Well, at least it's a pretty helpful message because it tells me that I'm not able to access the state of my component anymore because it's no longer a class. Well, it works the same way, but this tells me something about my tests. The things I was testing were actually the implementation details. If I can break my tests by changing the name of my state variable, or changing the internal function name, or removing my state altogether, this makes refactoring difficult. The thing that I care about when refactoring is actually the way that this component behaves. So if I look back at this component from the perspective of a user, I can see that when I click the open button, the contents are visible. And when I click the close button, the contents are hidden again. So let's write a test that says this instead. While I can still use Enzyme to do this, as long as I'm changing my tests, I'm actually going to switch my test to use React Testing Library, which is a test renderer built for these kinds of behavior integration tests. Well, this time I'm not using any internal component APIs, but I'm able to say what the user should be able to do. So now I'm rendering my component. I'm clicking the button with the text that says open. And now I'm expecting my component to have some inner HTML that is the props, or that's the children. I no longer care about my inner props or states. So this test passes for both versions of my components. Once I add a couple more tests, I should be good to start making more changes to this component without so much fear of breaking things. So here's the part that makes refactoring really satisfying for me, which is having the ability to make small incremental changes while relying on my tests as the source of truth. Now I can gradually untangle these nested conditionals. I'll start by adding one overarching conditional, and then step by step I'll remove the ternary statements that are making things more confusing. If I were actually refactoring this, I would be using a test watcher to check after each step to ensure that my functionality hasn't changed. And the final result might tell you a little bit about the code that I appreciate. Notice how I haven't made this function any shorter? It's actually got a few more lines of code and a little bit more repetition. But because there's one conditional instead of 3, it's actually easier for me to tell what's going on. Now, this isn't strictly related to refactoring, but along the way you might discover another pain point, which is file structure and code organization. And since I am talking about Marie Kondo, I should also talk a little bit about putting things away. Marie Kondo would say that the goal of reorganizing isn't just to make it easy to find your belongings, but also to put them away. For example, if the shoes you wear every day probably shouldn't be stored in a bin under your bed, because you're never going to remember to put them there. Likewise, the goal of file organization isn't just to make it easier to find things, but also to make it easier to know where to put new code. There are lots of philosophies on this, but my basic rule of thumb is to group things together that are used together and to avoid really deep nesting. Because if we use lots of deep nesting and a really complex file structure, it's going to be much harder for me or the next person who comes along to know where to put things in that complex structure. If your imports are a mile long, it might be time to rethink your component organization, and that will help your refactoring to go a little bit more smoothly. So for me, I like to think of refactoring as a daily practice. Every time we refactor, we have an opportunity to leave something a little better than we found it. Now, I haven't sent out an official survey, but I'm willing to bet that the number one reason why we don't refactor all our code all the time is because we don't have time. When there are looming deadlines and any number of things going on in the world right now, the struggle is real. So rather than refactoring all at once, the more we can make refactoring a part of our daily routine at work, the easier it will be to find the time and to get the buy-in from our team. I don't think it has to be a prioritized item on your backlog by itself. It can just be something that you take an extra few minutes to do while you're working on a new feature, or even just when you have a few spare minutes when you're to clean up something that you've already done. Now, I don't want to get anybody in trouble here, but I'm going to say that most of the time, you probably don't even need to mention it to your product manager that you're doing it. But speaking of product managers, how do I get other people on board? Especially when we have bigger refactoring work to do. Because sometimes this is where it gets really tricky. If we don't have a team that values thoughtful code reviews and collaboration, chances are there will be someone organizing their one little drawer while the rest of your house stays messy. Or worse, you will all be organizing your drawers and there will be a different system for each one, and there will be no consistency. One of the best things you can do for your team is to be consistent in code quality and style, so the goals when refactoring are clear. This might mean making some compromises with your team members about code style and how you're writing it. Sometimes, in my experience, it helps to document this style and testing practices. That way, even if there are older or more inconsistent parts of the code base, we have a shared idea of what we're all working towards as we're refactoring and making incremental improvements. Like the end goal of tidying up is to better appreciate the things you own, the end goal of refactoring is to better understand your own code and build systems that other people can also use and understand. Now, this might be a little out there for you, but I think Marie Kondo would say that the key to refactoring well is gratitude for the work that has already been done, both by you and by other people who have worked on your code base. Gratitude is the antidote to the scarcity mindset that tells us we need to stockpile 23 pairs of jeans just in case the apocalypse happens and we can never go to the Gap again, which admittedly sounded a lot crazier when I was writing this talk 9 months ago. But anyway, we can have gratitude even for the things that we're getting rid of. Even for the code that doesn't work anymore, or that doesn't fit our current standards. Marie Kondo says, "You'll be surprised at how many of the things you possess have already fulfilled their role. By acknowledging their contribution and letting them go with gratitude, you will be able to truly put the things you own and your life in order." When I approach my refactoring process with gratitude, I can acknowledge that I learned something from this code, even if the thing I learned is that I don't want to write code like that anymore. Now go forth and write code that sparks joy. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Love it when talks spark joy. Amazing talk from Becca. Please, everyone, let's give a warm virtual round of applause for Becca Bailey and this awesome talk about KonMariing your code. And yeah, we have the extra special treat of having Becca live in our virtual studio with us today. So we get to chat with her right now. So everyone, please join us in welcoming Becca to the stage.
Hi, Reactathon.
Welcome. We're so
Welcome,
pleased
Becca.
to have you here. Thank you so much
Thank
for the
you.
amazing talk. We are just, I love this topic. I love this idea that, you can kind of find more joy in your code base by approaching the code that you no longer need as, not a burden, but something, a nice, something to approach with gratitude, as you said in the end. So I'm so curious, how did you come to choose this topic to talk about today? What made you choose, of all the many things that you could talk about at Reactathon, what made you choose this one?
Yeah, so back, I guess it was like a year and a half ago when I was actually writing this talk, because of all the things that have happened this year. I was in a job where I was just refactoring a lot. It was a code base that had been written very quickly, and in order for me to make changes to it, it just involved a lot of reworking of the code that was already there. And it was not always a very pleasant experience. It was really hard sometimes because as the new person on the team and just in a messy code base, it was really like there was a lot of pressure not to break things and not to make it worse than it was to begin with. So I learned pretty quickly how to use testing retroactively in order to refactor well. And that was hugely helpful for me. And I just wanted to share that.
Awesome.
And you mentioned that sometimes it's scary to refactor or deprecate code, especially if you didn't write it. And especially if you're a newer engineer on the team. I can imagine coming into a team and seeing code that a very senior engineer, someone who's kind of moved into a management position, maybe they're even your boss, right? They wrote that code and now it's your turn to delete it all. So, and that can be scary. So I'm curious, do you have advice for how folks can build the confidence to refactor or even throw out all of that non-joyful code?
Yeah, and that can be really scary. I think my advice is just to remember that if you're coming to code that somebody else wrote that is hard for you to understand or hard for you to test or hard to work with, you're probably not the only one who feels that way. There are probably a bunch of other people on your team or junior developers or new people who would come on after you who would feel the exact same way. So just remember that it's not just you and that it's okay to change things over time. And even if the person who wrote it is like the best engineer at your company, I'm betting that there are things that they would look back on and be like, oh man, I can't believe I wrote it that way.
Yeah, I love that.
That's
I love
true.
remembering
Yeah.
that you're not alone, that like if you're struggling with something, you're not the only one who's going to struggle with that. That's just amazing advice in general, I think. And I know for, a lot of us, and as we heard from your bio, you also made the transition into tech from a different field, from being a teacher, right? Very exciting.
Yeah, I did.
As I mentioned yesterday, I get really excited, especially to hear about folks who are engineers who used to be teachers, because that's also my background. So, in the spirit of remembering that there are folks out there who are thinking about making that transition, maybe going through that transition, remembering that those struggles, again, that you're not alone, that other folks have been through this. Would you mind sharing with us a little bit about how you decided to make that change and what that process was like for you?
Yeah, absolutely. So I graduated from college with a degree in music education. I was really excited to be a teacher. I was living in Chicago at the time, so I was teaching in a lot of like Chicago public schools, after school programs. I spent a year teaching abroad in Guatemala, which was really fun. But then after that experience, I was coming back to the United States. I had like a bajillion different things on my resume. Couldn't really find like a steady job that I could stick with for a long time because of the recession and just the challenges in education right now. So during that time that I was living abroad, I was blogging a lot, and I was spending a bunch of time like fixing my WordPress blog, and it just became a huge interest of mine. So I discovered all these resources for learning to code online, found meetup groups and like a support community. And then, yeah, basically I came back to the United States and decided to make that transition and went to Dev Boot Camp, took a job as like that had an apprenticeship program where I was really able to work my way into like a full-time engineering job. So yeah, I mean, it's basically the story of like I was struggling to find steady work and make money, and found something else that was a little bit better for that.
I'm so
Yeah, I
happy
think
that
your
you
story. Yeah.
yeah,
Go ahead.
ended up here with us. Sorry, go on.
Me too.
Jeff.
Yeah, I think your story is very much going to resound with a lot of people. A lot of people probably have similar echoes to what you've experienced. So thank you so much for sharing with us today and for giving us this excellent talk. Where can folks follow you or your work? Where can they hear more from you?
Yeah. Well, you can, for all of my contact info, you can go to my website, which is becca.is. Pretty easy to remember. And that should have my Twitter links, my blog posts. My blog has been kind of quiet for a while, thanks pandemic, but hopefully we'll have a few more things up there after this conference for you to follow. And yeah, I would be very happy to talk to you more in the Reactathon chat or on Twitter. You can find me online.
Awesome. Well,
thank you so much, Becca.
Been such a pleasure having you here. Everyone, please join us in thanking Becca for an amazing talk. And thanks so much for joining us for this chat.
You're welcome. Have a great day, Reactathon.
All righty. Wow. I love that we can kick off the day with all this joy and positivity and refactoring and tough subjects like that, and talk about changing careers too. I love that this is sort of becoming a subtle sub-theme of the conference.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're going to keep on talking about hard things today. We've got an excellent talk coming up here in just a moment from Lee Robinson. Lee is a developer, a writer, and a course creator. He currently works at Vercel as a solutions architect, helping educate and grow the Next.js community. He frequently speaks about front-end development, design, and the future of the web.
Yeah, and today we are going to be hearing from Lee about data fetching with Next.js. So this is a hybrid React framework that empowers you to choose your data fetching strategy on a per page basis, which is pretty amazing. And so I think we're going to hear a lot about client-side rendering, server-side rendering, static site generation, incremental static regeneration, when to use all of those, what those mean, which I certainly need to learn. Yeah. And so, we'll see. I don't know. Maybe he'll tell us about the next generation. Huh? But, no. Star Trek fans in the house. Okay. All right. Well, anyway, if you're not familiar with Next.js, don't worry, you're in good company. Me neither. So we're going to learn about it from Lee, and we're going to hear about some of the main features of the framework. So without further ado, please join us in welcoming Lee to the stage.
Hey, everyone. My name is Lee Robinson, and I'm a solutions architect at Vercel. And today I'm going to be talking about Next.js. I'm going to give a little introduction and then talk about the different ways that you can do data fetching inside the framework. If you haven't heard of Next.js, that's okay. I'll give a quick introduction. It's the most popular and the easiest way to build React applications. And it includes a lot of functionality that you would need to probably use in your React application anyway, as an opinionated set of defaults that are easily extensible and easily customizable. So routing is included in the framework by using NextRouter. By creating a new file at pages/index.js or about.js, you can use file system-based routing to easily create the different routes in your application. It has image optimization built in using the Next image component. There's React fast refresh, so it's very easy to work with the framework locally and see fast rebuilds and have a great developer experience. To host files, all you need to do is drop them inside of a public folder. There's built-in support for CSS and Sass, and it easily works with popular libraries like Tailwind CSS. If you need to do serverless functions or any sort of back-end functionality, you can actually merge the front-end world and the back-end world using API routes by just making a new file at Pages API, user.js, or something similar. There's even support for internationalized routing, TypeScript support, and last but not least, a really important one is code splitting and bundling. So when I visit the index route in my application, we're only serving up the JavaScript for that route, which means that our pages are going to be more performant because we're shipping less JavaScript to users. And it also, if there was an error on the About page or the Contact page, that JavaScript to be in a separate bundle, which helps improve the resiliency of your application as well. And that's all configured out of the box, so you don't have to do anything. So lots of great defaults in the Next.js framework. And because of that, we're seeing Next.js growing very quickly. So over the past couple of years, it's became the most popular framework for building React applications. And excitingly, we're seeing it being used from the medium to large size businesses all the way up into the enterprise. So lots of great logos on here that we love to see using Next.js and lots of happy customers. And as I mentioned at the start of this, I work at Vercel, which is the easiest way to deploy your React applications. And our mantra is develop, preview, ship. So you start by developing your Next.js application, taking these building blocks of React components and providing a great developer experience. Then you push it to a Git branch and you get an automatic preview URL where you can view your changes, collaborate with stakeholders, and share across your company to developers or designers or leadership. Then you just simply merge your branch into production, and it's immediately available on Vercel's global edge network, and it takes care of all the hard things for you, like setting up domains and DNS and SSL encryption, asset compression, cache invalidation. All that stuff are automatically handled by Vercel's edge network with a nice user experience and developer experience to go with it. So that's the company I represent, and they're also the creators of Next.js. And what I want to talk about today is the different data fetching strategies with Next.js, because it's something that I see people get tripped up with a lot. So we're going to start off with the most basic Next.js application. You could start here with just npx create next app, or by adding Next, React, and React DOM to your application. And then all it takes to build a Next.js application is one file. So pages/index.js or about.js. And when you export a React component from your file, that's all it takes. And this file will be pre-rendered to HTML on the server. Now, there's a variety of different data fetching methods that you can do with Next.js. You've probably heard of some of these. You have client-side rendering, server-side rendering, static site generation, and you also have incremental static regeneration, which we'll get to here very shortly. So the first concept that I want to talk about is pre-rendering. So no pre-rendering is a plain React.js application. On that initial load, the app is not rendered, and you just see a white screen. You might have seen this before if you tried to load a React application with a large bundle with a very, very slow internet connection. Then after that JavaScript loads and the hydration period happens, the React components are initialized and that app becomes interactive. So that's no pre-rendering. With Next.js, you're using pre-rendering. So on that initial load, the pre-rendered HTML is displayed and it comes from the server. Then as the JavaScript loads and your application hydrates, those components become initialized and it becomes interactive. So for example, like links. So the first data fetching strategy I want to talk about is static generation. And this is where your HTML is, in one case, generated at build time and then reused for each request. So for example, we build a production build of our application with Next build. Then this HTML is generated, and when a request is made to your page or your website, every single request is going to reuse that statically generated HTML file, which is really easily hosted at the edge by something like Vercel. Now, there's two different types of static generation, without data and with data. So if we think about that about example that I showed previously, very simple React component. When you do a Next build, and that HTML is generated, since we weren't doing any external data fetching, that page is going to be pre-rendered using static generation without data. And I would say this is somewhat common if you have like an index page or other marketing pages where you just have static markup and you don't need to fetch any external data. But you probably also want to do static generation with some external data sources. So for pages that need to fetch that data, when you run next build, it will fetch that external data. So for example, information about your products or information about your blog posts, and then the HTML will be generated after that promise resolves and you fetch that information. So for example, I'll just got a quick code snippet here. The main thing to focus on is get static props. When this function is exported from your React component, from your page, you just have this function get static props. It takes in some context. You can make an API call to fetch something like products. And then when you return these products as a prop, it's forwarded to your React component. As you see, we have products available here now. And now you can iterate over those products and display them out as a list, for example. And the really cool thing about this too is with just one extra key, you can actually make this incrementally regenerate. Now, what I mean by that is if you ran a full build of your application at build time, you would build all of these files and you would ship them out to something like Vercel, put them on the server, and when request comes in, they wouldn't be recreated. They would be static for the lifetime of your application until you did a rebuild. But with incremental static regeneration, we can actually set a revalidation period based on the cache control header, HTTP request header. So for example, if we say 60 seconds here, when a request comes in, and it's within those 60-second periods, it will just reuse that same existing HTML that's been statically generated. After that, the next request that comes in, it tells our application, hey, you have stale data now. And then the subsequent request after that, it will go and it will update the cache with the new data that's been fetched from the server. So I have a quick example here that shows this very well using GitHub issues and leaving reactions. So in this example, if you leave a heart or a smiley face on this issue, and then you go back to the demo, you see that on the first request, it's stale. But then on the following request, that in the background, that new version of the page had been generated, and then you see the cache gets invalidated and it gets updated with the new static version, and you didn't have to do anything. So the magic of Next.js handles this completely for you. Now, there's another thing to consider with static generation, which is when your page paths depend on some external data. So get static props is one piece of the puzzle, but what if I want to render out a bunch of different posts and I need, X number of different URLs for those posts? So when you build the app, you have to go fetch all the different posts you have available and then generate a path for each ID of the blog posts in your blog. And we can do this using getStaticPaths, which is another function that we can export from our file. So for example, here we have an API that we're talking to post. We're fetching back some post, and then we're iterating over that to tell Next.js all of the different IDs that are available for our application. So we return those paths, and then we say that we don't want a fallback, meaning that if one of those IDs isn't available, it will 404. Now, if you want to learn more about the other fallback methods, go check out the data fetching documentation. I don't have enough time to get into all of them today, but I at least thought I'd mention them. The next thing I want to talk about is server-side rendering. So on every request, we're generating new HTML. So on every visit that a user makes to your website, it's talking to the server. There's a blocking request that's fetching that HTML from your server. And you're probably doing this with data. So the request comes in, you fetch your products or your posts, and then that HTML is generated and sent to your users. So let's look at an example. For this, we're using a function called getServerSideProps. Now, again, this is just a function that we export from our file. It runs in the Node.js context, so we can talk to things on the server, and it's not included in our client-side bundle. So we can fetch some products, again, return those as props to our React component, and it works exactly the same. It's just on every request. And the last one that I want to talk about is static generation without data. And then you fetch on the client side. So bear with me now. We talked about pre-rendering in the very simple example where you were just serving up something that was static. If we take a look at this example on the right, which is the Vercel dashboard, we're seeing this nice loading skeleton. And in this example, we're doing the static generation without data where we're pre-rendering on the server. And in this case, we're pre-rendering a loading state. The difference here is that on the client side, when that JavaScript loads, so at request time, then we're making a request to fetch some external data, and then we populate the rest of the page with that data. So the projects and the deployments and my user information. Let's take a look at an example for that. We have a profile, and this is using a handy library that Vercel has made called SWR that is a React hooked library for data fetching. So if we focus in here, we see that we're rendering a loading state. We're pre-rendering that from the server. And then on the client side, we can use SWR to talk to an API route or an external API, which could be a REST API, GraphQL, whatever you want. And then it returns that data and shows the name on the profile. The best part about this is that Next.js is a hybrid framework. And what that means is that you don't have to choose any of the different data methods that I just talked about. You can do static generation on your index page. You can do server-side rendering for something like a Facebook news feed where the content is very dynamic and needs to be updated on every request. And then finally, you could do static generation for a bunch of different posts on your blog posts or different products for your e-commerce site without leaving the bounds of your framework. So Next.js works great for small projects, and it scales up to really large projects, all with staying within the bounds of that framework and being able to do different types of data fetching. And that's all I have today. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the conference, and feel free to reach out to me on Twitter at Leroux with 3 E's if you have any questions. Thanks.
All right. Thumbs up to this talk. Yes. Thank you so much, Lee, for this amazing talk. Everyone, please join us in thumbs upping and applauding virtually in the chat. And yeah, it's just so great to see all of these options that we have with Next.js. So if you want to keep learning about that, we've got again the chat and lots of ways you can connect with the speakers. And I know a lot of other folks are also interested in this. So connect also with other conference goers. But for now, we have got more exciting content for you before we round out our talk session and get right into the topic table. So we have another great talk coming up from Brian Leroux, who is the co-founder and CTO of Begin.com, which is the fastest and easiest way to set up CI/CD GitOps for serverless web apps on AWS. And Brian is also the creator and maintainer of OpenJS Architect, which is an open source framework for generating and deploying AWS standard SAM, CloudFormation, and also has coined the term fast stack. So very exciting. And bonus, they have the very cool URL of arc.codes. So pretty good cool URL game there. Yeah.
So today, Brian is going to be talking about Deno, and I believe that there is some confusion in the community about how to pronounce it. Maybe it's Deno. Maybe we will learn in the talk. That's one of the things I'm looking for in this talk is how do you pronounce this? But also, what is it? Maybe you haven't heard about Deno. It is a brand new JavaScript runtime from the creator of Node. With many compelling characteristics, he's going to be teaching us about how to put Deno into production. Let's tune into this talk with Brian.
Hi, everybody. My name is Brian Leroux. I'm the co-founder of arc.codes, which is a tool for deploying serverless applications to AWS, and Begin.com, which is a tool for CI/CD to AWS. And today, I am here to talk to you about putting Deno into production. You might be asking yourself, what the hell is Deno? It's a good question. Deno is a next-generation JavaScript runtime from the creators of Node.js, which is not controversial. at all. I think it's great, in fact, that we've finally got some competition for Node on the back end, and bringing JavaScript to more places with less baggage of the past is always a good thing. More competition is always a good thing, especially for a JavaScript programmer. So knowing with a little bit about what Deno is, you're probably asking, well, why the hell should I care? And that too is a good question. And Deno is important to you because it's got a lot of qualities that do make it interesting compared to the available options for server-side or back-end JavaScript. That's what we're going to get into in the talk today. So the first thing I'm going to show you is a completely ridiculous benchmark that's going to make everybody angry. So this is showing console.log in Node and in Deno. In both cases, I'm evaluating the result, and I'm putting it through a system timer. We can see Node's a little bit slower. Now, console.log is not a realistic program. This is a very synthetic benchmark, and I acknowledge that. What we're testing here is the cold start, the startup time of a trivial program. And so this is testing the cold start of the runtime, the application runtime, not the application. So the reason this is important to you, things are moving serverless. Things are moving towards single purpose, distributed, stateless little functions. And these stateless little functions are started up out of nothing. They're cold. And if you have a slow cold start, you have a slow program. It won't scale quickly and might even fall apart. Node.js is probably one of the best serverless runtimes today. And Deno is proven to be about twice as fast on cold start. This is trivial stuff and probably won't matter for most applications, but a large application, those milliseconds could add up. And this will keep things compelling. And it's going to keep these runtimes honest. They're going to keep getting faster, which is great for us as JavaScript programmers. And the next part is often invoked for fuddy reasons, and that's security. And I think this is actually genuinely a really good thing to be thinking about today. Right now, a node can do whatever node can do on your program, and your program can do it to your system. So when you install a node program, it's kind of got carte blanche. With Deno, we have to tell it explicitly what features we're going to give it access to, and it splits those features up by disk, network, and a whole bunch of other stuff. In this example, at the bottom of the screen, you can see I've got a tiny little Deno program. You'll also notice there's no dependencies, which is pretty great. All this stuff is built in. And we're just going to encode a text file that says hello world. And kind of underneath the header here, I've got Deno run index ts, and it falls apart. Permission denied. We did not have the ability to write to disk, and so it wouldn't run that program. So I had to run it again with the flag, allow write, or you can allow all by just doing capital A, and it wrote our program, or wrote our text file, run our program and wrote our text file. So that's cool. That is a feature that I think will be increasingly important to folks that are security conscious, and it's just a nice thing to have. Now the big daddy here, Deno supports TypeScript out of the box. Everyone's loving TypeScript these days, and with good reason. And the reason this is important to you right now is not only supports TypeScript, but it includes JSX and TSX files, which is dope. So we can write our programs with React, and they're going to run without a build step, which is quite nice. Not the build step is that bad, but it's great to have this just built in. Also great to have built in are web standards. This one makes me particularly excited. Deno is sometimes described as a web browser for your terminal, which I really like a lot. First thing you'll notice, we've got ES modules built in out the gate. We've got WASM built in out the gate. We've got Fetch built in out the gate, and a whole bunch of other browser globals are built in, like alert, confirm, and prompt. And this means more of your code's going to be portable without transpiling steps. And so that means your code will be both portable and debuggable, which is really nice. Deno comes with a bunch of built-ins also that are normally user-land concerns. So in the Node ecosystem, the idea is that the core is very small and that we abdicate a lot of the normal functionality and tooling to user-land to compete over. And this has been great for innovation. There's been tons of change and tons of competitive products. it's been kind of terrible for putting stuff together. There's no vertical integration, and a lot of this stuff is commodity. And you shouldn't be arguing with your team over linter rules or testing or bundling or formatting. This is all stuff that should just be handled for you. And so Deno does handle all this for you. It has a built-in linter, a built-in tester, built-in formatter, and built-in bundling. It's also got a really comprehensive standard library. In fact, I'm going to jump out and pop a web browser. Let's go to Safari. Wild man. I'm going to go to deno.land. I do recommend you check out deno.town. And we'll check out the manual, runtime API, standard library, and third-party modules. So this is pretty cool. So Deno comes with like a nice manual that walks you through the various features. So check that out. It's like a book. And because it itself uses TypeScript fairly extensively, it's got amazing docs right out of the box. You know, we know what everything requires. Great documentation about how to use these things. And it's almost like a mashup of the Go standard library or runtime library and the browser runtime library, which is, it's neat. All this stuff is just built in. Normally you'd be in NPM installing tons of programs just to do simple stuff. And in Deno, this is all just there for you. And if it's not in the runtime, there's also a standard library, which is hosted by them. These are, frankly, kind of a greatest hits album of the NPM registry. Just anything you can think of that you needed or wanted out of NPM is going to be in this standard library, versioned by default and handled by the Deno project, which is pretty great. So you're not arguing to team over which UUID library or which hashing functions or whatever. Too much in here to go through, but one worth noting, they are building a Node.js compatibility layer. They still have a ton of work to do on it, but if you're looking for an open source project to get some commits into, this might be a really great one to try out. And then sort of finally, just like with NPM, there is a registry and there are userland modules, but still, you know, there's 1,300 modules. So this is a great time to get in at the ground floor. There's, I don't know how many modules in NPM, but there's a lot more than 1,000. And because so much is built in, you might not need all this stuff, but it's worth checking out. Yeah, so really comprehensive. Things are just built in, which is really great. So we're going to run a little Deno program in production, and then we'll pop back and see how that went. Let's go take a look at an application that I built for signing in with Slack. And so this is just a common OAuth user flow, or click the sign in with Slack button, takes us to Slack. Slack's eventually going to load this OAuth page. It's asking for some information about me. I'm going to hit allow. That's going to send a request back to my local server with a code, which Deno is going to use to exchange for an OAuth token, which it gets my Slack info. And now I'm signed in. And if we reload the page, I'm still signed in. And I can sign back out. Pretty cool. So let's take a look at the code that made all that happen. Just in my Deno SSR application folder. And we'll start at the very, very sort of top here. We've got a package JSON in a Deno project, and the reason I'm doing that is we're using Architect to deploy it. Architect, so this is a dependency. We have a npm script here for starting a local developer sandbox. We're letting Architect know that we're using the Deno runtime and that we want to have 3 Lambda functions. And the first Lambda function is going to be for logging in. It's going to point at this folder backend login. Second Lambda function is going to be for logging out. It's going to point to backend logout. And then the last Lambda function will just intercept any traffic at all, and we'll pump that into the front end, as it should be. This app has a .env file for the environment variables for the OAuth handlers. So we've got Slack client ID, Slack client secret, and a Slack redirect. You can get these by going to api.slack.com, signing up, and creating an application and get your keys. We'll start at the front end of this app and just have a look at that. So index.ts is the entry file to our front end Lambda handler, and it's named handler and everything. So this is a TypeScript file, and we're going to respond with headers that we're going to be generating HTML. We're going to give it an HTTP status code of 200, and we're going to tell it to do the render. And this is a JSX file, which is pretty cool. So here we're pulling in the ES builds of React and React DOM server, and we're using a library for encoding a JWT token, and then we pull in our app itself from our components folder. So if we look at the actual render function here, we're going to get the session, we're going to grab the client ID and the redirect environment variables. If the session looks good, we're just going to use that for props. And if the session doesn't look good, we're going to get the client ID and the redirect, and we'll pass that as props to our app. And we're just going to render that app to string. And Bob's your uncle. Getting the session's a little bit hairy. We're going to parse out the cookies from the request. And when we find the cookie my session, we're going to encode the value of that cookie as a JWT token. Or rather, we're going to verify that it's a JWT token. We're going to get the value of it. So let's go take a look at the app. You'll notice here that we're using denotypes to pull in the React type defs. I just copied those in, make it easier to use. TSX or JSX with TSX is actually optional. You can just do JSX, as you can see, so you don't have to do the TypeScript thing if you don't want to. But I think sometimes you'll want to. Anyways, the app gets props, and if this could have been a Boolean is logged in, but we're just looking for an avatar. If the avatar is there, we'll show the protected route, and if it's not, we'll show the unprotected one. And this component is about as silly and easy as you can see, like just hard-coded href to log out. Nothing really very special about the Slack button. All this is an href to the Slack API OAuth endpoint. So that's it. That's the front end. 30 lines of code. So we'll take a look at the back end next. You'll notice there's no compile step here either. This is just pure code. So logging out's pretty easy in Deno land, with API Gateway being our web server. We just have to pass it a cookie, and we're going to expire that cookie. This is how you do that in Deno land with the standard library. We have a response, pass that response to delete cookie function with the my session key, and that'll get us the set cookie header that we need to expire the cookie session. Get login's a little more involved, and this is where I think TypeScript starts to shine. We can see we opted into typing our request handler here. And the reason this is important to you is this is a really nice map to future programmer looking at this page wondering, well, I wonder what they're doing. Like, what are they using? This is a pretty nice hint to say, hey, I'm probably relying on cookies, and I'm probably relying on query string parameters. And here's the interface that we designed for our account payload. We're pulling payload out of the JWT library we used, and we're extending that just to say that our JWT is going to have a name, email, and avatar, which I really like. See, I was doing a little bit of console log debugging, but go here and we grab our code. if you have an OAuth request, it always comes with a code which you use to verify. And if we don't have one, we're just going to go back home and say that we didn't find the code. And if we did get the code, we're going to trade that for an access token. This is part of the OAuth flow. And then we use that access token to call the Slack API to get the account data. And this is quite nice. It's all typed. And then we'll take that account data and we'll encode it as a cookie, which will set cookie on the headers and the response, just like you do with any old web standard server. And that should be good. We'll be logged in. So we take a quick look at get access token and get account. These are both making API calls into the Slack API. And this is where the web standard side of things really starts to shine. I mean, we're using Fetch API directly, really clean. Just give it the Slack API URL with the right data, and we can get back our access token. Getting the account info is even cleaner. Just call in the Slack API, the token that we got, and then we're going to encode the response into this payload with name, email, and avatar to match our account data shape, the payload shape. And then our set cookie string is basically the inverse what we were doing before. We're going to create a JWT token. We're going to create a cookie. We're going to use the built-in standard library set cookie, and we're just going to return that header to write to the API gateway response. So OAuth, zero dependencies, maybe 200 lines of code, tops with Deno, which is pretty nice. So that is building a little mini OAuth app with Deno. And that's kind of the same old new thing. We've got a JavaScript runtime with a slightly better cold start, more interesting runtime security model, and a lot of things just built in that you probably already use today. We've got TypeScript out of the box. We've got web standards out of the box. And we've got a comprehensive CLI runtime standard library, all built in and out of the box, which is great. I want to thank you for joining me. You can find all the source code on my GitHub. It's Brian Leroux, arc example, Deno, SSR, Slack, OAuth. That's a mouthful. And if you get a chance, please check out begin.com. And if you want to deploy this to your own AWS, check out arc.codes and star us on GitHub. Thanks.
Excellent talk about Deno, as it turns out. That is how Brian pronounces it. And you know, if you haven't yet seen another runtime, it's very possible that you imagine that Node.js is going to just take you through your entire career, right? It's possible to imagine that these things only last, or these things will continue to last forever. But as we know, our tools will continue to evolve. And so it's great to see a talk like this because it reminds us there's more to the story than whatever it is that we used last year, right? So I'm excited to welcome Brian to the stage with us today. We're going to have a discussion with Brian about this talk. Welcome to the stage, Brian.
Thanks for having me. Whoa, I'm big now. This is great.
Hi.
Hi. Nice to meet you both. That was a lot of fun. It's kind of neat seeing yourself come together with a lot of people from afar. And yeah, I'm excited to be here. Let's get into it. Let's talk about this Deno thing, or Dino.
Or Dino. Whatever.
I think so. Dino. Initially, let me throw. I'll tell everyone what I know, and what I know is the maintainers or creators called it Deno, and then the community started to call it Dino because the little icon logo was this little dinosaur guy, and now the main creator, Ryan Dahl, the dude who created Node, also has started saying Dino, I think just to confuse people. So you're fine to interpret this any way you want. It's kind of like GIF and GIF. You know, pick the one that annoys you least, and someone will disagree with you.
That's, and it brings up a good point that, this is brand new. So we're still establishing these norms around community, even understanding what's going on. Like, do we say node.js or do we say node.js? I remember that was a topic in the early days. So I'm curious, why should I even care? I'm coming to this as even a junior engineer, and I'm just now getting my feet wet with Node. Why do I have to care about another runtime? What's important about this?
Yeah, I think the thing for me with Deno is that there's a lot of built-ins. And so the philosophy with Node.js was that there would be a very small core that would start very fast and be very portable for writing small networked applications. And the ecosystem would fill in the gaps, NPM. And that's had predictable results. We now have a huge ecosystem, and we're sort of living in the tyranny of choice. There isn't one way to do anything. There's a million ways. And what's the best way? Well, it depends on when the wind's blowing today, what's popular right now. And Deno defeats the law of triviality in that it will take these decisions that you normally have to make with your team and make them for you. It builds in formatting, it builds in linting, it builds in a standard library, it builds in a really comprehensive runtime library. And because all this stuff is built in, I think it's got a good chance at having a better developer experience, which will result in better velocity for the teams that choose to adopt it. Now, it is early days. And you mentioned this when you were saying, I thought, maybe I could, ride this out with Node for the rest of my career. And I actually think that's probably possible. There's enough JavaScript out there today that, if you're a Node developer, you're gonna be able to find a job for a long time to come. There's a lot of inertia for that existing code. But things do change in this industry, and we want more options, especially on the back end. A lot of other languages have multiple runtime implementations, and they're sort of spoiled for choice. JavaScript doesn't really have that. We've got browsers. We've got desktop with things like Electron. We've got mobile with things like Cordova and Capacitor. But on the back end, it's Node, or I guess if you're feeling masochistic, you could use the JVM, but that's about it. So it's about time we've had some more options. And I like that it's taking some really hardline opinions and pushing those forward in a new direction where we have a lot of built-ins. And I don't think it's an either or for what it's worth. There's a lot of zero-sum thinking in our industry because it's largely venture-backed, and everyone thinks that there's going to be one big outcome, and there's going to be a winner-take-all, as it were. And there's no historical evidence that that's true. There's always been lots of programming languages. There's always been lots of IDEs, and there's always been more than one way to do things. And the right way is what's right for you and your team.
So well said. Yes, love that. And, it is really exciting to see Deno coming up. And since it's so early days, as you said, we know things are moving really fast with Deno. And so is anything exciting been going on, even in the time since you recorded this talk?
Totally. Yeah. And this is, maybe the downside of something that's new is that it is moving fast. So there's a lot to keep up with. They've been quite good on stability. So there hasn't been a lot of breaking changes, but they're still susceptible to that. Especially since it's TypeScript based, which doesn't really have much of a policy around breaking changes other than to deny they happen while they do it. But with the case of Deno anyways, they just did a big release, 1.6, and the sort of banner feature of Deno 1.6 is a compile command. And we've wanted this for Node for a long time. The idea is that you can take an arbitrary program, compile that into a binary for all operating systems with no dependencies. So you can take your Deno app and you can turn it into an app. And why that's important to you, one, for deployment, this just makes life a lot easier. You're not waiting to download a bunch of dependencies or setup steps. And two, for distribution, for things like libraries, especially like tools. Anytime you've run npm install -g, you're installing someone's executable Node program. And that's, a great distribution channel and has been useful to a lot of people, but it's also a blocker if you're a Java shop or a Python shop. You might not want Node running on your developers' machines for whatever reason, or maybe you've blocked installing globally. So this will allow people to create tools and redistribute them as binaries. And the binary it creates is very small. It's around 20 megabytes. So its startup time is ridiculous. It's like something like 10 to 20 millisecond startup. So for cold starts, for things like serverless apps, this is going to be really important. And I kind of feel that this is major line in the sand as a capability that Node just does not have. I think a lot of developer tools are going to be evaluating to do this in the future.
Super exciting. Yeah. And so it's probably going to be a really exciting year.
Yeah. It's incredible to have that flexibility to be able to compile down to that. But it's portable, right? It's the dream that we always had in the back of our minds with Java, but now we can write the language that we actually love. So that's very exciting. What do you have planned at begin.com for the new year?
That's a great question. We've been pretty busy in the last year, I'd say largely focusing on front-end use cases. Begin has been mostly focused on centering the idea of what does the world look like when we build Lambda functions, and we really nailed that side, but there was still a fair bit of friction getting on board if you were coming from a front-end focused context, which a lot of people are. And serverless sort of first started going, I thought this was going to be a revolution from the back end. But what I didn't expect is that technologies would democratize back-end development and allow front-end developers to play with these tools. And so a large part of our adoption is coming from folks that have hit a wall with GET requests and want to move beyond that and do stuff with databases and queues and infrastructure as code. So we have a ton of features coming out this year to help people that are building Jamstack, static asset-based websites, and move those into a dynamic world, but serverlessly.
Awesome. So exciting. Well, so where can folks best follow you and your work and learn more about all these exciting things to come in the new year?
Yeah, my very easy to spell name is Brian Leroux. It's BrianLeroux, and I am that on all of the social medias. So if you're looking for me on GitHub, you'll find me at Brian Leroux GitHub. I'm always on Twitter, not trying to stir anything up, but often in the middle of it. And those are good places to get in touch. If you're just interested in following along with the sort of Begin Architect stuff, you should follow those Twitter accounts at Begin and at Arc Serverless.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here with us today. And
Thanks
yes,
for
folks will
having me.
definitely have to follow along. Yes, we're so pleased that you could join us. Thank you for the amazing talk and for this great chat. Everyone, please join us in thanking Brian.
So cool.
Alrighty. So, Jonathan, what a lot of great talks we've had so far today.
So good. Yeah. And all of it is very exciting. I love refactoring and I love portability, and it's just been a good day, and I'm excited to hear more. But I think now is a different section of the day, right?
Yep. I think it is time for us to move into our topic table sessions. So just like the last couple of days, this is the time where we break away from the stage talks to allow everybody to get up close and personal with all the speakers, workshop instructors, sponsors, and other subject matter enthusiasts around different topics. So how can folks get jumped into the topic table sessions?
All right, I've got it down now. They're going to go over there, right? Go click on sessions on the left side of Hopin, and it's in the left menu. You can browse all the topic tables, and there's a lot of great topic tables that happened yesterday, and today there's going to be even more. There's so much to talk about, and really these are very flexible conversations, and you are the most involved in these topic tables. You can ask questions. You can even show your face, as we mentioned before, if the topic table will allow for that in their particular discussion. So make sure that you go and check out a topic table that looks good to you.
Definitely. So you've got tons of options. You could talk about design systems with the Flexport engineering team. You could talk about dynamic apps with some awesome engineers from Netlify. Engineering management is going to be on the agenda with Netflix engineer Ryan Burgess. And we've got also topic tables around Next.js, which we heard about earlier. So you can talk with Vercel engineer JJ Casper about that. And you can even chat with Brian Leroux, who we just had speak about serverless and Deno, and you can get all your questions answered there. So tons of options, too many to choose from. Good luck with that.
And talks are going to start back up in a little over an hour. So make sure you keep an eye on the schedule. We will be back here in just a little over an hour. So once again, make sure you keep an eye on the clock so you don't miss out on the next talk.
I've had my heart broken into, but something's different next to you. It's like my soul is set on fire, but oh, I'm starting to feel tired. 'Cause I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know I can't keep bottled up inside. And all I wanna know is, are you ready for the ride? What have I been waiting for? Oh, I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know. 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 Take my hand and say for sure, I can't keep on this road alone. And all this time I thought I knew, but all this time I wasted you. 'Cause I I can't keep bottled up inside. And all I wanna know is, are you ready for the ride? What have I been waiting for? Oh, I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know. 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 'Cause I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know. I can't keep bottled up inside. And all I wanna know is, are you ready for the ride? What have I been waiting for? Oh, I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know. a jet stream. See it in your eyes that you feed me. Never wanna come down to the ground. Setting sparks to fires when you're with me. And I realize what it all means when our hearts beat loud to the beat. There's a song in my head, wanna play it again. Soundtrack to the best days we ever had. You're the one on my heart, erasing all my scars. So I love you so bad. I am better than I've been whenever you're around. Oh, you're looking at me unconditionally. Oh, your voice cuts through to me in every single crowd. And I know you love me till the sky falls down. Till the sky falls down. How we got it so good, I don't know how. Tattooing your name on my heart now. Never wanna let go of this feeling. Soaking in your light right above me. It's an open sky full of our dreams. Never been so easy to believe. There's a song in my head, wanna play it again. Soundtrack to the best days we ever had. You're the one on my heart, erasing all my scars. So I love you so bad. I am better than I've been whenever you're around. Oh, you're looking at me unconditionally. Oh, your voice cuts through to me in every single crowd. And I know you love me till the sky falls down. 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 I was running to the ocean. I didn't wanna be tied down to nothing. But since I met you, I didn't know it, that underneath it all, you started something. On a Saturday night, I was doing just fine. I was out on my own, didn't want nobody else. Then I opened my eyes and I put down my pride. I was holding you closer than anybody else. When the lights go out, it's you, babe. Every time I'm down, it's you, babe. Every night in my sleep, I'm saying your name. You know, for me, it's always gonna be you, babe. So pick me up when you're done working. You know that I wanna see you're worth it. The way you treat me, I'm undeserving. Every day I'm with you, I think you're perfect. On a Saturday night, I was doing just fine. I was out on my own, didn't want nobody else. Then I opened my eyes and I put down my pride. I was holding you closer than anybody else. When the lights go out, it's you, babe. something's different next to you. It's like my soul is set on fire, but oh, I'm starting to feel tired. 'Cause I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know I can't keep bottled up inside. And all I wanna know is, are you ready for the ride? What have I been waiting for? Oh, I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know. 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 Take my hand and say for sure, I can't keep on this road alone. And all this time I thought I knew, but all this time oh, it's been you. 'Cause I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know I can't keep bottled up inside. And all I wanna know is, are you ready for the ride? What have I been waiting for? Oh, I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know. 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 'Cause I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know I can't keep bottled up inside. And all I wanna know is, are you ready for the ride? What have I been waiting for? Oh, I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know. giving out. Satellite in your space. Whenever you cross my mind, we're forgetting how to slow down. And I never wanna be without you, baby, without you, baby. Oh, no, it doesn't have to be complex. Lay with my head on your chest. Driving slow, so back roads in my mind. So tell me how you feel, 'cause there ain't nothing better now, better now. That I got you. You give me something real. I'm never gonna let you down, let you down. Now I got you. Now that I got you, baby. Gray in my sky's been breaking up, and I hope that you stay. I found a home here in your eyes. Don't you know your love is dangerous? 'Cause now I never wanna be without you, baby, without you, baby. Oh, and no, it doesn't have to be high stress. Lay with my head on your chest. I'm so good when you're by my side. I'm so good, babe. We dancing in the kitchen. Nobody does it like you do. Now there ain't nothing missing. Now that I got you. Oh, this is something different. No, not just something new. Feel like I'm always running. Now that I got you. So tell me how you feel, 'cause there ain't nothing better now, better now. Nothing better. You give me something real. I'm never gonna let you down, let you down. Now that I got you. Tell me how you feel, 'cause there ain't nothing better now, better now. That I got you. You give me something real. I'm never gonna let you down, let you down. Now that I got you. Now that I got you, baby. Now that I got We're flying high like a jet stream. See it in your eyes that you feed me. Never wanna come down to the ground. Setting sparks to fires when you're with me. And I realize what it all means when our hearts beat loud to the beat. There's a song in my head, wanna play it again. Soundtrack to the best days we ever had. You're the one on my heart, erasing all my scars. So I wake me up when you're done working. You know that I wanna see you're worth it. The way you treat me, I'm undeserving. Every day I'm with you, I think you're perfect. On a Saturday night, I was doing just fine. I was out on my own, didn't want nobody else. Then I opened my eyes and I put down my pride. I've had my heart broken into, but something's different next to you. It's like my soul is set on fire, but oh, I'm starting to feel tired. 'Cause I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know I can't keep bottled up inside. And all I wanna know is, are you ready for the ride? What have I been waiting for? Oh, I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know. 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 Take my hand, this ain't for show. I can't keep on this road alone. And all this time I thought I knew, but all this time oh, it's been you. 'Cause I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know I can't keep bottled up inside. And all I wanna know is, are you ready for the ride? What have I been waiting for? Oh, I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know. The feelings that I know.
Hi, welcome back, everybody. Hope you had an amazing time at our last topic table session of the conference. We've had so many great topic tables over the last few days, so many great conversations going on. So really hope everybody enjoyed that. And now we get to kick off our last talk of the day and of the conference. And we could not be more excited to have our final keynote talk be from the one and only Cassidy Williams. If you don't know Cassidy, better known as Cassidy on Twitter and GitHub and all of the above, she is an amazing instructor and speaker. She's a developer with Netlify, has also worked for React Training, CodePen, Amazon, Venmo, and lots more really impressive places. And she's had the honor of working with various nonprofits as well, including SeaKeys and Hacker Fund as their director of outreach. So Cassidy is just such an inspiring person in the developer community. You may have seen some of her amazing talks at all kinds of super prominent events and her amazing and hilarious TikToks and tweets. She is just such an inspiration in the developer community, and she wants to inspire generations of STEM students to really be the best that they can be. And also, very important to note, she loves mechanical keyboards and karaoke. Oh, woman after my own heart. So what are we going to hear Cassidy talk about today, Jonathan?
Well, we have to all put our serious face on for Cassidy. If you've ever heard of Cassidy, you know that she's an incredibly serious person. And we've heard a little bit about Next.js today, the popular React framework. Today, she's going to give us a super serious discussion about Next.js. So please welcome Cassidy Williams.
Hello, and welcome to the most serious talk of Reactathon, an incredibly serious discussion about Next.js. I'm your incredibly serious speaker, Cassidy Williams. You can find my very serious handle, Cassidy, on Twitter, on GitHub, or just Google it. You'll find some very serious results. Now in this talk, I want to talk about serious business, because being serious is serious business. If you use React, chances are you've heard of Next.js, the React framework. Next.js is very, very serious. It has a lot of serious business built in. With Next.js, you can use SSR and SSG, that's server-side rendering and static site generation, in a single application. The routing system is file system-based routing, and so if you have a file in a certain directory, it's an automatic route, and this includes dynamic routes as well. You can programmatically update the site's head and a bunch of other features per page, and there's a lot of built-in components for that as well. It has a very powerful API. Plus, there's some really cool developer experience features like code splitting, absolute imports, and CSS and JS already built in natively in Next.js. You don't have to install any extra loaders on top of that. Serious developers use Next.js. But also nerds do too. And today we're going to be talking about pranking people. Hooray! Because yes, you can do all kinds of serious scaling cool stuff with Next.js. And that's what most talks are going to be about Next.js, so why not do something fun for once? And that's right, we're going to be pranking people with Next.js. So first I want to show you some really basic things on how to set up Next.js, how a certain page works, and how a website might look. But then beyond that, we're going to use some of these features to build a fun little prank website. Woohoo! Okay, so first of all, this is our next Netlify starter project. If you'd like to look it up, you can find it on GitHub at github.com/Cassidy/nextnetlifystarter. It's a very, very basic project, and if you look at the result, you'll see it's just a welcome to my app. That's it. So let's actually look at the code a little bit, just so you can kind of get familiar with it. So first of all, this is a very simple thing where we have a header component and then this description. This header component is inside the components directory, and it's truly just a function that exports a header component. It's really not that thrilling. And then inside the head, this head right here is actually a Next API. And so when you have a Next.js site, anything you put in the head will update in the title of the page. And so right now the tab over here says Next.js starter, but if I were to update it saying Next.js demo, and then save that, when the page refreshes, you see Next.js demo. Hey, not too crazy, right? All right. So if you look in the directories here on the side, Pages is really the only thing that you need to get up and running with Next.js. In Pages, that's where all your routes are. So in index.js, index.js is the index page, the home page of your website. In app.js, this is a global wrapper. And in app.js, you don't really do much. It's really just something if you want to install something globally throughout your application, which, for example, I want to import styles globally across my application. And so I have this globals.css. Inside of here, I just have some basic centering and stuff. If you see on the application over here, you can see it's really just centered. So that's what the global styles are, and that's what's imported in the app.js, which is automatically wrapping any other page that you might have in this application. And then this footer component, I have a footer.js, which is a pretty simple thing. It's an HTML footer, but one thing you might notice is I have styles from a CSS module. CSS modules are automatically built into Next.js, so if you want to use them, you can just use them. You don't have to add any loaders or anything. So this is a very, very basic site. If you'd like to do a little bit more with it, you can by, for example, adding another page. And let's just say I want to say funpage.js. Now in this fun page, I'm going to copy all of this from index and put it in here. And then I'll just say, this is very fun. And we'll leave it at that. We'll call it fun page, like that. See how fun that is? Wild. Okay, now if we go over to our browser, and then we go to /fun page, look at that, this is very fun. That is it. That is how you make a page. That's how you make a route. You don't have to do any extra configuration to just have these pages work. Now, page components in Next.js are pretty special because you can do some really neat things with it when the site loads. And so both for static and for server-side rendered pages, there's some really nice functions that you can use. And the one that I probably use the most is one called getStaticProps. So you do export async function getStaticProps. Okay, now the return value of this function is passed to the page. And so if you were to call a bunch of APIs and put the values that you get from the APIs, the data you get from the APIs, onto the page, and you statically export this website, then those API calls happen at build time, not at runtime. And so you can really save a lot of time when your pages are being loaded on the screen for your users because it's happening at build time. That part is really exciting to me. So, in this getStaticProps, you can do a lot of different things. I'm going to call a very simple API. Const res, and we're going to get a response. And excuse me while I copy and paste from the Pokemon API. Okay, we've got res, and then we're fetching. So we're going to fetch from the Pokemon API, we're going to get Charmander. I'm going to do const Pokemon is equal to a weight, and then res.json, just like that. Oh, whoa, that was some... Sorry about that. Okay, cool. So now that we have these done, we have the data that we want. What we can do is we can return that to the page. So I'm going to return an object. The object will have props that are passed into the page. And then inside of there, I will pass in Pokemon, just like that. And so now, inside of home, we have props right here. And so I can get Pokemon from props. And then anything inside of Pokemon, I can pass to my app right here. And so, for example, instead of having Next.js demo right here, I could do something like Pokemon.name. So now it'll say Charmander, and it'll say, how about this? Hi, Charmander. And now I could say, for example, an image. I'll say image src equals, and then inside of here, Pokemon.sprites.front_default. If you'd like to know this API, go look at the docs. I've used it enough where I happen to know how that works. Oh, and I forgot a little await down here. And so if I save that, and then refresh the page, look at that! We got Hi Charmander in the title, and we got a little Charmander in here. And so again, this fetch call will happen at build time and won't happen at runtime. I think that is super cool. Now, I've talked a little bit about routes, talked a little bit about this whole getStaticProps things. We can also generate static paths, and so we can build what different paths might be coming from an API route or something at build time. And we can also have dynamic routes. Now, if you want to have a dynamic route, what you would do is you would create a new file and you would say anything, fish.js, and you'll put it in brackets like this. And that means anything that matches the paths that would go to this fish.js is what would actually be returned to the user. I'm going to explain this to you with a prank example. So this is a prank project that I built. I'm very proud of this prank project. People have fallen for the prank, and that's truly what matters. So we have this home component, and in this home component it is a very, very basic thing. I actually used the same starter project that I showed before, and I have this header, let's prank people, and then I have a prank article right here. If you'd like to see it live, you can check it out in this let's prank people thing right here and be like, Cassidy did the best talk at Reactathon. And then if you click on it, you get rickrolled. And so this is a fun little prank project where it shows the title here, it shows the title up here, and also I programmatically updated the head so it looks like a real article if you were to share it on social media. And so I'm just going to show you that head component really quick. Inside of this head component, you can see we have the title here, we have the open graph title, I made some graphics for it. It looks like a real article, and so if you were to actually paste a link to this on Twitter or something, you might just prank someone. And so this is something that I had a lot of fun with. And now, with this, I'm going to talk about a few different things. First of all, the dynamic routes. We mentioned this a little bit earlier. With these dynamic routes, it's a very similar thing as before, where we have a function and it's exporting a component, and it's in a page component here because it is in the pages directory. Now, because it's in the pages directory, we have access to certain functions. And so the functions that I used were that getStaticPaths, which I mentioned a little bit, and getStaticProps. Now, in getStaticProps, instead of calling an API, what I did was I got the params of the URL, the parameters. And in getStaticPaths, I actually return that to getStaticProps. So in getStaticPaths, this is something where I would say, hey, I'm calling, for example, the Pokemon API again, and I would have some variable paths, and then inside of there, I would have just all of the Pokemon names, Pokemon names in here, and then that paths variable would go right here, and so anytime I would go to my app /Charmander, my app /Bulbasaur, or whatever, it would show data from that. But if you have nothing there, then it gets a little interesting. There's this thing called fallback. When you have fallback is false, that means any paths that are not defined inside of this array returns a 404. But if you have nothing defined in here, and then you put true, that tells Next, hey, you can have other routes that aren't defined inside of here. And so if you define no paths, then you can have some user-defined paths. And so if I were to, for example, have a prank article, and if you look at the URL up here, I have this Cassidy did the best talk at Reactathon thing that's generated from that form. I can use that Cassidy did the best talk at Reactathon, I should have made it something shorter, and pull it in to the parameters here in getStaticProps. Then I'll do to title case, and so I take out all of the dashes in there, add spaces, do some title casing in there, and then I pass it as props, and those props go to article right here. And then this is the page component, it's passed to the rest of the page. And so the prank head, which I showed you before, all of the metadata comes from that title. And then we have this you have been pranked, this is pulling from the current date, and then we have just the YouTube video there. And then we also have the title, and we add not at the end because that's the best way to prank people. I learned that as a child. Anyway, so we have that. You can look at the page and you can see, again, you have the you have been pranked, you have the current date, we have this not after getting the title from there, and that's about it. We're just pulling everything from the URL. And so this is a really, really interesting concept where in Next.js, typically, this triggers something that's called incremental static regeneration. Now, what that means overall is that when you have a static website, you have a site that is built entirely. It's built once, and then you can go to all the pages that were built. But if you don't necessarily know what routes a user might be going to, you will go to some other routes that don't exist and that haven't been built. And typically you can server-side render those, or you can do the incremental static regeneration thing. Now I'm going to call it ISR because that's long. With ISR, what it does is Next.js builds that page at runtime, and then later if a user is to go to that page, it will be cached and that page will exist in the future. Or you can server-side render it. Either one works, but that's kind of how the whole fallback thing works. That's how all of this works. Now, I've deployed this already, and there's one really cool thing that we haven't talked a lot about at Netlify, but I'm really excited about it, and it is a Next.js build plugin. Now, whenever you have a website that you want to upload to Netlify, you have what's called a netlify.toml, where what you do is you run a build command. You can have your Netlify functions in there, your redirects, all kinds of stuff. And we have this brand new thing called Netlify and then plugin Next.js. What this does is it allows you to do all of those things that require runtime functions, all those things that require server-side rendering with this plugin using Netlify functions. And so what I really like about this is I can kind of write my next apps, deploy them wherever I'd like. With this plugin, I don't have to worry about making any code changes or anything to make sure everything works seamlessly on Netlify. And so I installed this package, and that's actually it. If you look at my package.json, it's very simple. We just install Next, React, and React DOM. We build it when we want to build it, and then Netlify builds it, and then during that build, it has the plugin that runs the entire thing and ships it. And that is the entire pranking application. And I think that it's so fun that it's kind of a simple application, but you can see how it could get more complex. This functionality is so useful, because if you are going the static site generation route, it's something that often results in very large builds where if you have thousands upon thousands of pages, you might have to wait a while for your entire site to build. Granted, your users will get tons of benefits because it's already built and loaded. You could just pull it from the CDN and it's done, but your builds take a while. With something like this, with these dynamic routes, being able to pull things from the server, you can have the best of both worlds, where some of your pages will be static pages that are just loaded from the CDN. But the ones where you have just a ton of blog posts, for example, or a ton of product pages, a ton of prank pages, something like this, you can just call a function. You can server-side render it, you can run it at runtime, and it'll just work. And you don't have to wait for a build. It might take a little bit longer for the users, but honestly, I've experimented with this a lot. There's not that long of a wait. It's just a few milliseconds more. And so this is something that I think is really, really powerful, both for very serious business, but also for very fun pranks. That being said, I want to thank you so much for your time today. I've been Cassidy. I hope that you have a good time at the rest of the conference. If you have any questions, I'm going to be around in the chat, or you could find me on the internet and talk about very serious things, but also please just talk to me about fun things. That would be so much more fun. And I'm happy to answer any next questions, any Netlify questions. And if you'd like to see this project, it is on GitHub, and then you can also look at this URL that I am putting on the page post-edit, where you can actually mess with the pranking application. Thanks so much for your time, and have a good one.
Excellent talk, very serious talk from Cassidy. We're so thankful that she is able to maintain her composure with such a serious topic as Next.js. So this has been such a good conference, Anjana. I don't know if you want to talk about some of the talks that we've had for a minute, but I've really enjoyed it.
I know, it's been an incredible few days. I mean, action-packed. Like, I don't know if it's been a few days or a week or like a month of content that we've all just had downloaded into our brains right here. We have heard about so many amazing things. We've heard about everything from the site generation and static site generation that we heard about today with Next. We've heard about getting started in tech and in transferring careers, changing from different backgrounds. We've talked a lot about that. We've had a lot of great talks about things like TypeScript and how type safety can help save some headaches from the developer life that we all know and don't so much love. I mean, we have just learned so much. What else am I missing here, Jonathan?
Oh, this is such a big ecosystem now. It goes well beyond what it was even just a year ago. Things are kind of exploding in a very good way. And of course, there's so much more to come, not just today, but in years to come. We're very excited about the future of Reactathon, but also for what we have remaining for the rest of the day, which we can talk about here in just a minute.
Absolutely. And yes, we have had so many great folks come in and work with us in different formats. So not just the stage talks, we've also had these amazing workshops, these amazing topic table sessions, the sponsor booths. So hopefully everyone has had lots of amazing opportunities to connect, and that this is not the end of anything. This is going to be hopefully the beginning of lots of great conversations following out of these amazing spaces and forums for us all to get to know each other and dig into some of these exciting topics. And yes, as Jonathan mentioned, the conference is not over. We have wrapped up our stage talks, but we have a very special treat to close out the day today. We are going to be hearing a live recording of Syntax Live. So Syntax is a very exciting podcast, Syntax FM, that we are going to get to be part of all here together. And it is hosted by the incredible Scott Tolinski and Wes Bos. So Scott Tolinski is a web developer and creator of leveluptutorials.com, which features comprehensive tutorials on everything from React to Figma. And he is also, importantly, a father of two, and ask him about this one, a break dancer. Ooh.
Super important. Super important. Yes, syntax.fm. The other person that you've probably heard of on top of Scott is Wes. Wes Bos is the creator of many popular web development courses, including JavaScript30.com. Probably a lot of you, that was your entry into JavaScript in the very beginning. The full stack advanced React and GraphQL, and his latest course, Master Gatsby. These are all things that Wes has been creating. You've probably learned something from him, and if you haven't, you probably will today. And I know that they have a lot of tasty treats for us loaded up. That's a syntax.fm cut there.
Nice. So we are super excited to have Scott and Wes co-hosting their wildly popular podcast, Syntax FM, here live today. And we are, as usual on Syntax Live, Wes and Scott get super interactive with their audience. So we are excited to allow the rest of the conference to also to them. But unfortunately, here on the stage where you've been watching these great talks all day, we have about a 20-second delay with the broadcast. So it's not the best for audience interaction. So we are all going to migrate over to the sessions tab here somewhere on the left of your screen to watch Syntax Live. And for everybody tuning in on the YouTube channel, on freeCodeCamp's YouTube channel, you will be able to see it live, but it'll again have a little bit of a delay for that live broadcast.
But first, before you go, we want to thank you all for being here and experiencing this very unique version of Reactathon with us. If you missed any of the talks, you'll be able to find all of the recordings in about a week on the Reactathon YouTube channel. And from the main virtual stage here at Reactathon, Anjana and myself are signing off.
Yes, we have had an amazing time with you all these last few days. Thank you so much for joining us and for having us as your MCs. It has been an absolute pleasure. So once again, we are just thrilled that everyone could come together here, and especially since it was the first edition of Reactathon in the cloud, Reactathon on the webs, coming at you through your screen. So we hope, fingers crossed, by this time next year, maybe we can all be in person again. And if not then sometime in the near future, we hope to see you all here in San Francisco. So I've been Anjana Vakil, a developer advocate at Observable, and thank you so much for having us. And with me here...
And I'm Jonathan Cottrell. I am a director of technology at PBS, also a host of Developer Tea. And this has been so wonderful. Let's enjoy a jam-packed hour of syntax with Wes Bos and Scott Tolinski.
Welcome to I almost did the scary voice again. Welcome to Syntax, everybody. Spooky. Thanks so much for everybody for tuning in. My name is we have slides for this. Welcome, Scott. How you doing? You guys get a look behind the scenes of how unprepared we are.
Well, we gotta clap too. You didn't even clap.
Oh,
you
yeah.
Put your hands up. You put your hands up, and I put my hands up, and I was like, "Oh, we're gonna clap." No clap.
All right, let's do the clap. Ready? 3, 2, 1. That was the best clap we've ever done.
Not for me.
Awesome. Well, let's get into it. Thanks everybody for coming out. This is super fun. We've got a lot of interaction today, so make sure that you're glued to the chat, and we also have some Q&A and some stuff. We got links coming up in just a sec.
Yeah. So to answer your question from a minute ago, I'm doing good, Wes. I'm doing very good. For those of you who are listening on the podcast, this is being originally recorded at Reactathon 2020. So shout out to everybody who's listening to it post fact, but this is going down live right now. How do we want to kick this off, Wes?
I think let's get into intros and then we'll get into the show.
Yeah. Well, okay. So for those of you who have never heard of Syntax, we are a twice weekly podcast. And on Mondays, we have 30-minute or shorter episodes we like to call Hasty Treats.
And on Wednesdays, we've got Tasty Treats. That is our hour-long screenshot. And Scott, you got your cursor in the middle of the slides.
Man, you always drive the slides. I don't.
It's true.
Yeah.
That's my problem because I could have CSS cursored none on that when you're in full screen mode with the CSS. There's CSS for full screen, right? I could have cursored none it. So my bad.
You should have added print styles as well.
I actually have done print styles before because I wanted to export my slides to a PDF so I could upload them. So
we do print styles for our invoices.
Oh, I actually have done that as well.
Yeah.
It's worth it.
My name is Scott Tolinski. I'm a developer from Denver, Colorado. You can find me at STOLINSKI on just about everywhere. Instagram for dance moves and Twitter for code moves.
My name is Wes Bos. I'm a full stack dev from Canada. I tweet most recently Fleet until they shut it down, and Instagram at Wes Bos.
Fleeting down?
No, they're not, but it's not taking off as well as I thought it would. So we'll see.
I fleet.
All right, what do we got next? So today is a live podcast. What do we got on the gamut? Next slide, please, Scott. Next slide. It's weird not being able to control the slides.
Well, yeah.
So we're going to have All I Want for Christmas in React.
JS or NAS, where you have to decide if the library that we're referring to is a real JavaScript library, or if it's not, if it's fake, if we made it up, or if it's potentially something else as well as a JavaScript library.
We've got underrated versus overrated, where Scott and I talk about hotness you hear about often, and we're going to give our opinion of whether you should spend your time on it or not.
We're also going to be doing a fun game that we prepared, and I'm actually really excited about this one because we have not talked a whole lot about it, but we're doing something called Syntax Error, where Wes and I are going to throw up a code that has a small error in it somewhere, and we're going to have to try to find it without code styling or anything like that.
We've got JavaScript hot take tweets. That's all I'll say about that for now.
JavaScript hot take tweets. And we also have Q&A with Scott and Wes. The Q is me and the A is Wes in this one.
For the Q&A, we've got a link. So if you have a question you'd like us to answer, go to pigeonhole.at/tasty. And that will, there's two things on there. We're gonna play a little polling game in just a sec, and then there's also a Q&A. You can add your questions in there. So if you've got something already, throw it in there. and you can upvote the good ones and whatnot.
Yeah. So let's get into the content here. The first thing we're going to be doing is All I Want for Christmas in React is, and these are fun things. And if you think some of these things should not be added to React, that's cool. I think these are just sort of some things that maybe we've seen either elsewhere or just things that we think could be better that we really like, would love to see in React. So the first one, I think this is be on top of a lot of people's list, would be suspense for data fetching. There's just an endless amount of jokes you could make about being in suspense about suspense, but I'm not going to go there. It's just once you use suspense for data fetching, or at least give it a little try, it's really nice to use. And I would love to see more of this, but man, yeah, I think we're just going to be waiting for a little while.
Yeah, I don't know. I just wish that we knew what the status of it was, or like I know they're trying to spend their time to see, like, make sure that they make the right choices and the best approach, and we have all this like possible server streaming stuff that's coming, so pretty interested to see what comes of that. Next one we have here is mount and unmount animations. This is a general theme for me in React, is that I look over at, it's that meme where I look over at some of these other frameworks. I go, that looks nice. Like, I kind of wish that a lot of this stuff was just built in and you didn't have to use third-party library. I wish there was just like a first-party way to do this type of stuff. And I don't even do a lot of animations. I know, Scott, you do lots, right?
Yeah, I do lots. And specifically the unmounting animation bit kills me so many times, because like if you're nested deeply and you want to control like the delay, like even a 0.03 second delay on unmounting a component, it's kind of difficult to like really orchestrate that. And it's not like it's not doable. We have things, but if you are several components deep and you want to unmount the parent component, orchestrating something nested like that, not super duper easy to do still.
This next one I'll let you take, because I know this is your baby.
Yeah, well, okay. So I would like to see single file components, which like doesn't necessarily say that I need single file components. And really what that is the idea that you have a file and the framework can understand a little bit more about the application or that specific component just by the nature of the fact that it's in a file. The obvious example of this would be something like a style tag in a svelte file. A style tag in a svelte file automatically scopes the CSS within that file to that component. And the amount of JS you could save typing just by writing a little style tag below your component and having it just work, little sprinkling of magical rock salt. Do you have any fancy salts? We have a volcano salt, which is black.
Ooh, really? No, we have what's the flaky salt in diamonds?
Oh, yes,
diamond.
What is that stuff? Courtney just bought it.
I sick picked it on the podcast before. Maldon.
Yeah.
Maldon. And we bought, like, on Amazon, you can buy like a bucket of it. And last summer I bought a bunch of salt cellars, which is like a little wooden thing with the lid on it, and I gave everybody in my family a salt cellar with the salt in it. It was an awesome gift, super cheap, and it's kind of nice little stocking stuffer. So hot tip for you.
I would take a salt flight, add a little bit to my component files, and have single file components there.
Next one we have here is prevent default shortcuts. Just like one of these little things, like if there was a syntax for handling events that was like star equals, I think I don't even know. Maybe I think I saw this in another framework. A lot of this stuff is like, yeah. So what's the svelte syntax for that?
You just you can just tell it to ignore the prevent default, like directly on the component via a directive. I forget what the syntax is offhand. But
like
nice.
Star, like on click or handle change star equals, and it like immediately prevents the default on that. That would be kind of cool.
Yeah, and I'm really trying to limit the amount of times I say svelte here. I promise.
Sveltathon. Jonathan says this is Sveltathon. It's true. Maybe we just need to move over. What do we got next here? Form input state to mapping.
Oh, gosh. Yeah.
I just think like forms in React like that, like everybody uses forms in their React application, or almost everybody does. And wouldn't it be great if there was some sort of like built-in thing? Like I remember back to the Angular days, I still remember like it just like you just like ng bind and you give it a piece of state and it just syncs in. Like, oh my gosh. And like if it's a number, it will parse float or parse into it. I know there's lots of libraries out there. Whenever I talk about forms and everyone's like, have you heard of Formic before? I'm like, yes, I've heard of Formic, and like it's awesome, but like I wish React would be default, have all that stuff baked in for you.
When I look at like Formic code, it's like this is no less complex than just writing all the state updaters myself. And that's not what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for complete. I mean, yes, I want complete control, but I'm not looking for endless fine tunability. I'm looking for do it all for me. And that can be nice. I actually ended up even writing my own form library because I didn't like any of them, and it's still not great. And maintaining your own form library kind of sucks in itself. So like, yeah, there has to be a better way than making controlled state for each individual or reducer or whatever. There has to be a better way. Now we're going to be kicking off something that we like to call JS or NAS. And this is going to be a fun little game where we shout out a library title or potential library title, and you tell us if it's a JavaScript library, an object of which we're going to define, or both. So we've done this a couple of times on our live shows, and it's one of our favorite games, so we got to keep coming back to it. So you got to head to pigeonhole.at/tasty, or scan the QR code in the slides here, and it will get us up and running. Let me bounce on over to...
Yeah. We got 19 people in there right now. 25.
Wes, do you see the slides or do you see Pigeonhole on your end right now?
I see Pigeonhole.
Yeah.
So click through to the JS or NAS.
You bet.
36. 42. How many people should we wait for? We got 122 watching on there, and we got another 164 on YouTube. So let's see how many we wait for.
You are currently...
Oh, now it's going up.
Going up.
I think that's the YouTube delay right there.
Skyrocketing.
Let's wait till we go to 100. So,
what are you sipping on, Wes?
I'm sipping on Young Rival. It's a strong IPA. In Canada, if a beer is over like 5.2%, it must legally say strong beer on it, which is funny because it's like laughs in German, you know? Like
yeah. I don't know if I ever told you this story, but we went to Montreal for my brother's bachelor party, and we were like, oh yeah, bachelor party, right? And so we went to the store to get a bunch of beer, and we were all sipping on these beers, and I had maybe 3 beers, and I was like, what is going on? I do not even feel tipsy at all. And we look, and they're like 2% beers. We were basically just like hydrating ourselves the whole time. Yeah, it was a lot like Utah. It was very funny. We were just like, oh, what? So we had this giant case of 2% beers that we had to go through. It was ridiculous.
That's hilarious. All right, 91. Let's start it there. Ready?
Let's start it. I'm ready.
Start quiz. All right. So, is graphene carbon atoms organized in a hexagonal lattice, or an go ahead. Sorry, I forgot how we do this. Go ahead.
This is the flow, Wes. Come on. Or an opinionated Python library for building GraphQL libraries.
Oh, I forgot to delete that in Python.
Python.
I thought I deleted the NP, or both.
Or both. Get your vote in. We got big number.
Wow, they're flying in now.
Yeah.
I can see the answers right now. All right, we're going to reveal the answer. Both. It is both. So I looked it up, what graphene was. And it's when carbon atoms are organized in a specific way. Kind of interesting Wikipedia read. Next up, we have Floodlight. Is it a super simple syntax highlighter for XHTML documents?
A large light used to illuminate dark outdoor spaces.
Or both? I think we're getting people on this one, Scott. It's fun to see the answers. I get to see the answers streaming in. By the way, shout out to Pigeonhole. They make this awesome like conference software where you can do like live polling like we are doing right now. And it's awesome. Like we checked out probably five or six different pieces of software. And I think I want to have one of their devs on the podcast just because of how super fast and like slick it is.
Yeah.
All right, ready? Reveal answer. Oh man,
Wait.
only 3.7% of you got it correct.
It's literally both. Why? I think you might have goofed this one, Wes.
Oh yeah, so obviously it's both. So I goofed that up. But
it's
only
not
only
a
40% of you got it right.
It's not a light to illuminate dark spaces.
It is. Oh man. All right, next.
Toy Machine. Is this an early 2000s skate brand?
Or a view-based GUI for creating state machines?
Or both?
Hello. I'm watching the YouTube chat and everyone's like, wait, a floodlight literally is a light.
The original description for that one was a literal floodlight. And I was like,
I changed it. Yeah. Oh man, that is good. All right, here we go. Answer. Boom. 51% of you were correct. It is an early 2000s skate brand. Although that would be a good name for
it's like totally believable. It's so believable.
A view-based GUI for creating state machines.
So believable, yeah.
All right, next.
Joplin.
Is this a free open source note-taking and to-do application based on Markdown? So I got cut off there.
A city in the northwestern corner of Missouri.
Or both. They are streaming right in.
Streaming.
I like all the skaters in the chat are like, Toy Machine.
Yeah. One of my favorite skaters skates for Toy Machine.
All right, ready? Reveal. Really? Wait, hold on. Who's your favorite skater?
His Daniel, his last name's really hard to pronounce. Daniel like I always want to say Leviathan.
Amazing. I'll check them out. All right, ready?
I'll share them with you.
Both. 50.9% of you guessed it is both. I didn't even know this. I was just looking for, I went on GitHub's like trending repos and I saw Joplin and I was like, oh, I wonder what Joplin is. And I also figured out like it's a wicked Markdown app. Well, like, you know, we were talking about like how I can't take Markdown notes on my phone and like have them sync to just files on my computer.
Yes.
Looks like this does that.
Oh, I used something else for that.
What is it? Do you remember? I'm very curious because I'm in that space right now.
My phone is currently dead, so.
Okay, Scott. Poor Scott. This is the new weekly segment. What piece of technology is broken with Scott right now?
Oh, dude, I can't even. My iPhone stopped working just out of the blue. It started boot looping, and I'm gotta send it off. I have no idea what's going on with my tech. I have no idea. All right,
next one.
Noco. Is this a JavaScript library that connects to no-code tools like what was this one?
Bubble.io. Sorry, they got cut off. I didn't realize that. Or is it a smart 12-volt car battery charger?
Or both. Do 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 do.
All right, ready?
Ready. Get the vault in. Oh, this one was very split. This is a car volt data. And in fact, I was my battery just died because I haven't driven my car in like 9 months and I didn't drip feed it. So I was like looking at battery stuff on Amazon, and that's where I found the NOCO. That's how we come up with these questions here.
So you got to say 37.8% voted the correct answer. We got to say it for our audio only listeners.
Audio only. Yep.
Next one we have here is inner. Is it an Internet of Things smart light bulb?
Or a CSS and JS library for selecting parent selectors. And unfortunately, this one cannot be both.
This is a good one. I kind of like not having both, but both, like, at least you can throw people.
Yeah, both is definitely the wild card in my mind because it adds that little bit of like, well, could it be?
Yeah. All right, I gotta reveal it.
Oh, it is an Internet of Things smart light bulb. Got him. Yes.
46.5% of you guessed it was an Internet of Things smart light bulb.
Which is funny about this is because I actually pick the inner bulbs on an upcoming episode, and I was like, wait, when is that episode airing? Did I ruin my my JS or NAS with this?
Oh yeah, you're a sick pick. Next one is Capcoma Strand. Is it A, thermoplastic carbon fiber composite rod used in modern building?
Or a Redux-like state management library for Svelte? Or both?
Wow.
Votes and get them.
Let's just say I'm surprised at this one.
I think it's safe to say that you're surprised about all of them so far.
I thought this one would have got people. It's not getting people. People know what this is. Do you know what this is?
People got, or people did not get got?
They did not get got on this one. Not at all.
Do I know what this is? I'm going to guess it's a thermoplastic carbon fiber composite rod used in modern buildings, but I'm not quite sure.
All right, reveal.
Yes.
Almost 77% of you guessed correctly. That's an odd thing to know, that it is a thermoplastic carbon fiber composite rod.
I think most people could look at this and say, there's no way that's an actual thing and that it's most likely a thermoplastic carbon fiber composite rod.
Oh, man. All right. Next one. Sputnik 5.
Sputnik V. Is this a code name for an upcoming WordPress release with the
built-in headless? Sorry.
Built-in headless. Getting that cut off.
Yeah, they're getting cut off. I think that's I thought I had them all in there. Maybe it's a limitation of this thing. Or is it a non-replicating viral vector COVID-19 vaccine?
It's funny because we should be voting on the ones that the other person wrote, because I'm not quite sure.
I made this up, so you tell me what you think it is.
I think that this is the WordPress thing.
Okay. I think people are Googling it because it was very much skewed in the early days to the wrong one. And now it's going up. All right, ready? It is 45% of you guessed correctly. It's a non-replicating viral vector COVID-19 vaccine. But 44% of you thought it was a code name for upcoming WordPress release. WordPress.
Possible.
It's not, though, because WordPress only uses jazz musicians for their code names.
Well,
who doesn't know that?
Okay.
Oh, that's good. People in the chat are saying how many they got right. 1 out of 8. All right. The highest score was 8.
And I bet that person, the highest score person, probably picked both for Floodlight and was like,
yeah. Wow. Yeah, you know what? So there's 2 people that got all of them correct because obviously I goofed up the headlight one, but that was fun. That was fun. Awesome. All right. Thanks for tuning in. Let's jump back to the slides now.
Yeah, sorry. It's for some reason when I go into full screen, I have to go like back. I have to go out of full screen. All right. So next thing we're going to be doing is talking overrated and underrated. And this is sort of like a segment where we're just kind of gauging each other's interest or ideas on some of these new tech things. So let's kick it off with the very first one is Dino, overrated or underrated? I'm going to say right now, it's probably underrated. It's very nice to work in. I think the permissions model of it all is very forward thinking. I think the entire import via URL is not as painful as I expected it to be. Overall, the TypeScript experience with it, not having to run a bundler, not have to do any of that, was just very nice. It's very nice to use. And I like that all of their tooling is sort of well, what's the reasonable way to say this? Not all over the place. It's not a total mess. So I like it.
Yeah, I think I'm going to say underrated as well. Not to say that you're going to build your next app on it, because that would probably be not a good idea, because it's very much in the early days.
Yeah.
But there's like a lot of, and you probably have heard this on the podcast, we've been talking a lot about shifting tooling right now. We've been talking a lot about ESM becoming the thing now that it's in Node. We've been talking about modules and URLs. We're talking about TypeScript. And Dino seems to just nail all of those things. And that's really cool. Will it replace Node? I don't think so. Maybe you would see it coming for in 5 years. Like, it's not like we're going to wake up tomorrow and be like, oh my gosh, I have no skills left. And that's the other thing about it, is that if you know JavaScript and you're in Node, you switch over to Dino, no problem. But it's kind of cool. And I'm very curious to see how Node will react to this. But also it's harder for Node to just do this stuff, because they have to maintain compatibility with the rest of the Node. That's why ESM in Node was so hard to get right, because they couldn't break 10 years worth of work that they've done, whereas Dino could just be like, all right, brand new thing, here we go.
Next one is on the sort of somewhat related, is ESM import from URL. And I think this one is very, very, very good. In fact, it only took me a little bit this is underrated, I would say. I think importing anything from URL is really pretty underrated overall, because it is, to me, one of the fastest ways to try out a file. I know that when we were trying out stuff with TS in Dino, it was so nice to be able, let's just import this file from a URL. So I think just in general, importing from a URL and being able to access the file as an import like that, very, very good.
Yeah, I think so too as well. First, you can do that you can do it in JavaScript in the browser, which is super cool, that you can just you can write an app, have an HTML file, script tag type of module, and then just start importing stuff from different URLs that are out there. And I think that's pretty cool. I don't know how I feel about upgrading, what happens when you upgrade a bump a version release. I'm sure there will be tools around that, because you literally import it from whatever cdn.com /v 2.2.0, and then what happens when 2.0.1 comes out? Do you find and replace? Do you have to copy paste that?
In Dino there's a like a standard of doing a deps folder, deps.ts, where you do your imports, and that sort of almost becomes a package.json if you think about it.
Okay.
But it's just with import statements. So that's definitely a thing. There are detractors from that, but it seems like that's what we taught in our Dino course. So it seems to be pretty much of a standard in that world. So who knows, maybe that becomes a thing.
So you have a deps.js file where you import everything you need for the project?
Yes, and then
is it global import, or?
Then you import from that file. So it's like
it's
almost like a package.json because you're setting the version when you're importing it, and then if you want to up the version, you're only modifying it in one spot.
Oh, that makes so much sense. Yeah, because you can even
downsides to it, but yeah,
you can use the export from syntax for that, or you say like export React from HTTP, whatever, and what that does is it imports it and exports it in the same go. Oh, that makes so much sense. I didn't think of that. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's nice. Next one is remix.run. Wes, do you want to take this one first?
Yeah, this is the new React framework for building apps and websites from Ryan Florence and Michael Jackson, two of the devs behind React Router, awesome React thought leaders in the space. And they are sort of like taking a look at the landscape and rethinking it. And it's closed right now, and I think it will be. You have to pay for it. But from what I've seen, it seems really interested. So I'm going to go underrated on this one. And not that everybody's going to be using it, but I think that they are rethinking a lot of things, especially with what I've heard is that streaming from the server and this pain that we have, which is server side and client side rehydration and whatnot. I'm very curious to see. And I bet if they like nail something, like I bet other frameworks will adopt that as well.
Yeah, we're pretty much all going. We're agreeing on everything. I think it's underrated. I also think that like you said specifically about the streaming from server side. Man, that stuff sounds so good to me. I maintain our own server side rendered React application, and it's not a lot of fun. It's not super easy, but it also feels like it's doing more work than it needs to. And I think the Remix folks are really figuring a lot of those aspects out. Next is going to be XState, which, believe it or not, I'm going to say is underrated. We should have things that we actually know were overrated. Yeah, that actually might have been a problem in our approach to this. But XState, hey, I don't know if you've used state machines at all, Wes, but when we were writing the video player or the video uploading system. So we upload our videos to all of those who have not heard, we use a service called Mux to do our videos. So we upload our videos to Mux, and building that video uploader was like the thing that made me see the light for state machines, specifically because there were so many states that this uploader could possibly be in. And so for me, it was pretty eye-opening to control those states in the state machines world for the first time and just say like, all right, I really feel like this uploader is really solid compared to some of my other code, which was mostly Boolean flags set by state variables and things like that.
I've not used it, so I'm going to go medium rated, but it's one of those things that you just can't hear people stop talking about it. And we had David on the podcast 6 months ago, and he talked about it, and it just made a lot of sense. Like I've certainly had the problems that it solves.
Yeah.
I think we should skip a couple because we're running a little low on time. So do you want to move to the Lighthouse scores? Or
no code. It's overrated.
No code is overrated. I don't want to lose my job.
No code, overrated. Yes. Render props, overrated.
Render props, overrated.
WASM, underrated.
Under.
Lighthouse scores,
overrated.
Rated. They're fine.
Rated.
Okay. Now we're going to get into a really fun one that we're calling syntax error. And this one is so much fun that Wes and I have really not consulted on this beforehand. So this could be a total mess. So syntax error is we are going to be showing each other code with no syntax highlighting, and the other person must find out what's going wrong with it. And we initially had some idea of like giving points based on a timer, but let's just see how fast we can do it. For those of you who are watching along, I have please go ahead and try to solve these on yourself as well. But I have no clue how dastardly Wes has chosen to be, and Wes has no idea.
Dastardly.
See, I was like, do I want to work in? What do I want to do here? Okay,
give me the code, Scott.
First one, let's do it. First one is for Wes. Can you find the bug in this code? And no, you do not have to know the libraries involved to
Animate
find this
present
bug.
from frame motion, portal modal from utilities. Okay. Const There's a no error. No, that's not it. No, I see the arrow.
Don't look at the chat because somebody spoiled it in the chat.
No, I'm not looking at the chat. Is active max width equals, you got back ticks on that sucker. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Return portal, animate presence portal.
This is one that you will. This is a common bug. Common bug.
Close action is being run on mount, not on the close event.
You are right.
Yes. All right. 10 points for me. Next one, Scott, for you.
For me. Okay. Okay, I've got to not look at the chat. Okay, we got an array with an object name, string properties. Okay, that all looks fine to me. I see that you are using semicolons here, so that's no, I'm just kidding. So you're destructuring name. Oh man, this one is dastardly. Okay, this is
not, hold on, we should say this is not something you should do, but it is valid JavaScript, except for the part that's the syntax error.
Can you use a property parts 0 before you can
declare, you can destructure a value and then create
renaming it.
No, we're creating new variables based on the previously destructured values.
I didn't know you could do that. Okay.
I know, nobody knows that. That's
yeah.
You know what it's handy for is if you want to get the last item and the first item of an array, you can say like, you can destructure the length from an array and then.
I think I know what the error is, by the way. Is it that
give it to me.
Is that you're just returning first and last in the object and not returning the object itself?
Yes, that is it. There is missing parentheses around the curly brackets.
Missing parens right there.
Nailed it.
All right, this one.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Scott. This is a const series form playlist. Oh man, he even typed it.
Oh yeah, this is TypeScript. I tried to remove any of the TypeScript stuff, but I forgot.
That's fine. You state if there's a playlist author ID.
I would consider this one dastardly, but not like it's not hidden.
Color.
It's not hidden.
Background color. Is it? It's a syntax error, right? Like not like a.
It's this code will not work. It will run, but it won't work.
I'm gonna have to go to the chat for this one. This one, the props could be defined somewhere else.
No, sorry, props is a type.
No,
it's a type.
Fine.
This is TypeScript, so I should have removed that.
Use state is not imported.
No, I'm sorry, that's not it.
No, that's right. Come on,
okay.
Come on.
Sure.
All right, tell me what it is.
The actual error here is that a select list does not have an options.
I was going to say that. I didn't want to look like an idiot, like I didn't know it.
Yeah, so select list does not have an options property. Everything else was just sort of noise. Yeah, everything else was noise. Okay, next one here. For me, okay, function. Okay, you spelled that correctly. MP3 URL. I always look for that. I feel like you're going to do something like that. Okay. Const.
I would never do something like that.
I'm going to pull the ref you and say use ref is not defined. Okay.
Oh yeah, you're right.
That your podcast component is outside of something. You're just, or is that just?
So the first is the function definition, and then below it is using it.
Using it. MP3 URL is equal to. Here's a string K. Audio is closed. Audio ref. Use ref. Controls, hell yeah. Target set volume. E set volume parse. Volume is equal to volume. 10 by max range. Ooh, this one is difficult for me to find. Use stage
good one.
Set volume.
Isn't it funny how dependent we are on Like people used to be like, oh, I just use Notepad for coding, but how dependent we are on for silly little mistakes.
I use my my styling a whole bunch.
You want to know it? Yeah, nailed it.
The audio source says MP3 URI. That
killed it.
See, that to me is dastardly. I don't think that to me is dastardly.
Yeah, I tried to use like a lot of like distractions because you're like, oh, is ref done right and things like that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Here's a good one for you, Wes. So buckle up.
All right. Import React from React. Import link from React Router DOM. Postcard. Post style link. You have a nested component called card. If link return link to.
Where is the bug? At least I didn't taunt you in this one.
What kind of bug is that?
It's a React bug.
You can't. Maybe you can. You're passing the prop with like a object and a string in it.
What are you talking about?
Or no, not an object. Sorry, the curly brackets with the string in. You can do that though, right? I'm not. Usually, when I do it that way, it's backticks, but I don't see why a single quotes like the color on the author card.
The color on the author card. No, that's fine. That's
okay.
That's a misdirection, is what that is. That's what we call that.
I see what you're doing there. Okay.
It's just to say, hey, you probably don't write like this very often.
The style is missing double curly brackets.
Yeah.
You're not passing an object to style on the link.
You're right. So for those of you who are watching and paying attention on the link component here, we used a style property and then just passed in some a property and a value, but there was no containing.
That's a good one.
Yep. So they're all fairly. Oh, I got one more. Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I wasn't in the mindset. I gotta.
Oh, this is just a one-liner.
I mean, I know what the bug is. There's a bug here. The date get full year is like a space between it. Is that correct?
That is wrong. That is valid JavaScript. Did you know that?
Space like that?
Yeah, it works. Try it. New date space dot get full year. Isn't that weird?
I don't want to try that, and I have no idea why that would work, and that really makes me upset. See, that's dastardly.
Yeah, I don't know why actually.
That is dastardly. Okay, what a year. So you have the opening and closing curlies. Oh, you got an extra curly. 2 curlies.
Yeah, nailed it.
2 curlies.
That's good. Isn't that a good distraction though with the space?
It's perfect distraction because nobody's ever seen that. Nobody ever sees that. Yeah, this is pretty good.
All right, we'll move into some hot take tweets.
Hot takes.
I asked on Twitter for some hot take tweets. What are your JavaScript hot take tweets? And everybody gave me their opinions, which is hilarious because my Twitter's been ruined for 3 days now with people sending me because people do it, but people reply with their hot take, and then there's every single tweet has a 40 thread argument behind it. So the first one is from Lori on Tech. Spread syntax isn't super readable, and you probably should use something else if you can have it. Yes, I just shared an Advent of Code solution using it, so sue me. So I really like this one because this just I do it myself, but it's not super readable. Hot take tweet. What's your take on this, Scott?
I think it's wrong. I don't know.
Me too.
This is going to bug me because I'm the type of person who does want to go onto Twitter and be like, no, that's wrong. It doesn't matter. In fact, but I agree with Lori that when I don't want to try to claim that she just started using them because I doubt she has. But when I first started using them personally, I felt like this is not readable. But now that I've been to the edge and back and I've been using them for so long and I understand it, I see through it. For some reason, I've been able to see through the lines of the matrix, and now I just like it a lot. But
once you know what spread is, then you obviously have to know what it is. But
But
once you know, it's the best. It's the best.
It can definitely be a little much. Next one is from Chris Haleman.
You missed one. No, keep going. We're running out of time. Go to the.
Okay. Next one is from Chris Haleman. Console.log is lazy and slows you down as a terrible debugging experience. Chris can be right about all of this, and I will still use console.log until I enter the grave. So, Debugger is great. Debugger is fantastic, but sometimes it crashes my browser, and sometimes it's slower than using or just a simple console log and seeing actually if the output.
We did a show on Syntax about like advanced debugging techniques with people ask you, what else do you use? Breakpoints, break on. You can listen for DOM changes, all of that stuff. You can view network requests and all that. Those are great, and I use those when I'm in trouble. But nothing wrong with the console log. I love a good console log. Optional chaining makes code so much more readable and makes it harder to debug when it comes to optional props or fields.
I love optional chaining.
Me too.
It's my baby, and I will defend it.
I've not run into a really odd bug, because that's the thing is like it could be undefined anywhere along your chain, and you wouldn't necessarily know where it was undefined unless you took them out. But you could also just pop a breakpoint in there or log the thing one step above to see what is coming in.
What's funny is that once I moved to TypeScript, it made me realize just how unsafe some of my code was. And like sometimes the solution is, if you're in a conditional, just dropping a question mark in there to do the optional chaining, and it's like, all right, now this is safe. It's going to work. I don't have to worry about it ever again. This next one is from Dan. Dan says, JavaScript really isn't that bad as long as you avoid double equals and for ... in. Dan is dead on. JavaScript is really not that bad, and it's gotten better all the time. A lot of the people, I think, who criticize it or even criticize the changes on it are maybe people who came from other languages. They're using JavaScript, and it all feels like hectic and chaotic at this point. And it is kind of chaotic, but once you get in it, you got it. And I really enjoy working in JavaScript and now TypeScript for the most part.
Big fan. Double equals, I don't use it. One of the other hot takes was double equals is fine. And the other for in, use for of instead. I was added to the language a couple of years ago, and it's awesome.
Yeah, for of's worth that.
Next one is the NPM ecosystem has turned JavaScript development into a game of Legos rather than real programming. What? And to that I say, I'm a Lego master. I wouldn't be able to build some of the stuff I build without some of the packages from much smarter people. That's the beauty of JavaScript, is that you can reach for these much harder things like OAuth implementations and bcrypt when you don't necessarily have to do it. I wouldn't know how to build that myself.
You know, Wes, real programmers, they mold their own Legos out of their plastic that they have forged from the oils of the earth. I don't know about this one. Yeah, I mean, that's all unless you're writing like a binary, everything you're doing is the exact same as what you're saying NPM is. Okay. React is the worst choice for beginners, doubly so in its current state. Yeah, I kind of agree. It's not the worst choice for beginners because it's so widely used. That's why it's a good choice for beginners. It's so widely used, you can get a job
doing
Looks
good
React.
On your resume.
Right. But if you are just trying to understand DOM events and whatever, man, keep it vanilla. And if you want to move into a framework, I don't know, keep it to something way easier than that. Yeah,
that's so for beginners listening. That's not to say you shouldn't learn React. I literally have a course called React for Beginners. But there's a handful of things you need to know about React. You couldn't be able to just jump in. But I think that's the same for a lot of stuff. So I think I agree on this, but you could still learn it. It's still not super hard and complicated. There's just more. You got to have like a list of like 5 gotchas, you know?
It's also kind of like saying like pancakes are the worst food for breakfast. They're still pancakes, man. Like they're pretty dope.
Yeah. Next one, Aaron Bushnell says, if you work at an agency, really try to avoid using things until it's absolutely necessary, and even then only what you need. When you manage hundreds of sites, it quickly can become a tremendous source of technical debt. I agree. As somebody who still has a CoffeeScript site in production, and what, 6 or 7, I've been working this year to convert all my gulp sites over.
How in the world are you still?
And I'm not writing it anymore, but like it's still running and it still runs good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely, that's the beauty. I loved doing agency work and freelance work because you could choose whatever you wanted, but you can definitely fall into a hole if you start you just bring on a whole bunch of stuff. It's the same thing with WordPress plugins too. If you go bonkers on WordPress plugins, you're going to have a bad time because half those things are going to be out of date or not maintained or break.
They're going to install 8 versions of jQuery.
Yeah. What do we got next?
Do we want to get into Q&A? Because
let's move into Q&A. We're running out of time here.
Yeah, because we can keep going forever on these.
Like tweets. 100 more of these.
Yeah,
some good ones. Go visit that tweet and listen to all the popular and unpopular opinions. So if you've got a question for us, go to pigeonhole.at/tasty and ask a question, or you can drop it in the chat as well, wherever you would like to do that. Let me open up my admin board here. All right, I've got one here. First question is from Anonymous. If you recently started doing web dev work, which career path would you choose? Startup, FANG. FANG is Facebook, Amazon, what's the other? Apple, Netflix, and Google. Is that right?
We should actually start making up like a fake FANG with like different companies in here.
Yeah.
It's Ford.
Fedora.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that would be hilarious. So would you choose startup, FANG, or / big tech companies, or freelance or contract work? If I started today, it depends. For me, I look at some startups and I don't envy the work-life balance and the grind and how quickly things move. But I also know people who get into startups and they're young and they've got nothing but time and whatnot. Certainly easier. And I also not to say that startups are only for young people, because there's lots of people that are running great startups. They just work 9 to 5 and they're done, right? But I think on the flip side, there's also a very heavy culture in that. FANG.
I really like studio work a lot. Like that's an option too, working in a design dev studio, because you get a lot of experience with many different projects, and especially earlier on in your career, it can give you a lot of exposure to different projects in working with clients. Many times you're in client meetings yourself rather than, being some project manager. So you can get some managerial skills. You can get some, some project skills that shift very rapidly.
I also am going to say, if you can get the FANG job, go for it. Just don't allow your lifestyle to inflate what they're paying you. Because it's very scary to be making $200,000 at Facebook, and before you know it, like someone's got to pay for that Tesla. And if you get sick of working at a FANG and you want to go do your own thing, like I get DMs like this all the time. People are like, "Oh, Wes, I want to make courses like you do. I want to be able to just dick around on the internet like you do." So like that would look so good on your resume. Like, I work for Google and now I'm doing my own thing. Ex-Googler makes a new product or whatever. I think that would be kind of cool. So if you can get it, go for it. Otherwise, I'm a big fan of, like Scott said, studio. I went contract, freelance my own, and it worked out for me. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I agree. Eric, real quick before we do the next one, asked in the chat about breakdancing being added to the Paris Olympics. I have been following the breaking in the Olympics thing for maybe like 15 years now, maybe longer than that. They've been the group that's behind it. A lot of people have been trying to get it in since the literal 80s. So I'm very excited. The Junior Olympics for it went really well. A lot of the people in the scene are concerned about it becoming exploited by the masses or whatever. But to be honest, the Junior Olympics went so well and they didn't really change it too much. So I'm pumped. Anon says TypeScript all the things. And yeah, I'm pretty much in. I really like it, and I don't see myself writing anything else. Even like today, I popped open a quick utility, and I would typically, if I'm firing up a quick code utility, I'm going to hit up just some off the cuff JS kind of like real quick stuff. And I did it in TypeScript, and I wasn't any more encumbered than I was in JavaScript. Like I felt like I could flow with it, and that to me was like a big thing, because I always see TypeScript as this big barrier to entry. You got to set up your tooling and whatever. But as long as you're using the right kind of systems that make it easy to get going, man, TypeScript, all the things, yeah.
We were talking about this. We had a topic table on TypeScript yesterday, and I joined in, and we were talking about like, is it a barrier to entry anymore? And I don't think so, because like pretty much every major or even minor package out there, I have a one-line line code called wait, and somebody submitted types for it. They all have types already. You can infer types for like I just built right before this podcast. I was like, man, I want to see my webcam, but the like Apple photo booth, they crop it to like this. So I was like, I built like it's called Check My Hair. And it's just, it just shows your webcam really quickly. And I'm like, I'm going to build this in TypeScript. And like the number of lines, it was like maybe 40 lines of code. And there was 2 or 3 spots where I had to literally type something, and everything else was inferred, and you got all the benefits from the code completions and all that. So like, I don't think everything, no, you can still write really good JavaScript, but I think the barrier to TypeScript has become very low in the last year or so. That's specifically why I'm into it now, because you can get up and running even for silly projects super quickly.
Word.
Next one, you want to grab it?
What do you do to keep up to date with the latest and greatest changes in tech, front end libraries, new languages, etc.? Hey, here's actually do you have the GitHub app on your phone, Wes?
No, I don't.
Get it?
Do
man.
I?
The GitHub official app. Let me see. Pop it open here. This is. It's so good for finding new packages. There's an Explore tab on it, and it gives you a bunch of potential libraries that you might be interested in. Yeah, Explore. There we go. And I use this like crazy for finding stuff. I don't know how or why, but this to me like has really changed how I find projects, because it shows you trending stuff and whatever, but it's very good. And I use it all the time to find new things. I also look at awesome repos. You'll find things that are like awesome TypeScript, and then you just go down the line of list and look for cool stuff. And just look for neat little things. So that's what I do personally.
Next question we have here is, what do you do to keep up to date with the latest and greatest changes in tech?
I read that and answered it. I read it and answered it.
Oh yeah, obviously you answered that. For me, we get asked this question all the time. It's follow people on Twitter who follow this stuff, like Scott and I. Listen to Syntax, and like, what do Scott and I actually do? I read release notes of every single browser. I will, anytime there's like a working group that changes a proposal, there is a good Twitter account called Intent to Ship, which is really good, which means that like that at that point it's going to be in the browser in a couple of weeks. So just like kind of watch those, and you don't have to, it's not like you're going to miss something. If you listen to the podcast and follow a handful of good people on Twitter, you're going to hear about Subgrid 14 times. And the 15th time that you hear it, that's when you should probably pay attention, because okay, now it's a thing I need to implement in my app.
Speaking of cool new things, I saw Una tweeted this out. Houdini.how today. Oh yeah. Houdini.how. Very cool stuff for CSS Houdini. So I posted in the chat. Somebody go and check that out. All right. Wow. Big wall of questions here.
Yeah, they came in. We got how much time left? No time? Let's just keep going until they kick us off. What other good questions do we got here? Can you share some exclusive barbecue tips? Low and slow, baby. Fish sauce. Did your mom try the fish sauce?
She did. Yeah, she made it. She made it. my mom was like, I'm making the recipe. And I'm like, what recipe? And she's like, the one from the podcast that Wes was talking about. So it's very fun. Yeah, she made it. No, she loved it. And we do something very similar to that all the time. We use fish sauce pretty heavy-handedly over here.
Fish sauce is a sick pick, I would say. All right. I'm just looking through it. What do you expect of Blitz.js in the coming years?
We'll see. I don't know. It's going to have a tough time because I think as somebody who's used like full stack frameworks, it takes a lot for them to like really take off. And Blitz.js is on top of Next.js, so at least has that going for it, where it's like, all right, this is like Next.js with Prisma and all this other stuff, right? And that's cool to me, but like, I feel like it will have a hard time getting people to really latch onto it and building a community. But I think it's cool, and I think it's worth doing.
I like this one. What's the first node module you install in a brand new React project besides React itself?
React Router.
For me, it's usually Next.js if it's multi-page, or Parcel if it is just a single little one-off app. And because Parcel will bundle it all for you, which is kind of cool. I like that. That was a good question.
Yeah. Thoughts on using languages other than JS or TS with React, like Kotlin, for example? I think it's neat. I've kind of looked into some of this myself lately, but thoughts about using it? I'm not good at any other language, if we're being entirely honest. So, yeah, JS and TS for me all the way right now. But
yeah,
you know, I'm learning Rust, but I'm not going to be super effective with it. You know.
Yeah, I don't have all the time in the world to learn other languages, although they probably expand my horizons, but there's literally nothing wrong with just spending all of your time in JavaScript. All right, last one right here is, do you have any approach for optimizing high-res images that are stored in your backend, like S3 for a Gatsby website? We're talking about this on Twitter today. And there's a lot of services that will slurp up your image, transform it on demand, and return it. Cloudinary, ImageX, Sanity does it, whatnot. Those are like the best
thing. Make your own. Yeah.
I think making your own is what I need to do, because I love that approach on demand rather than doing the Gatsby build, especially if it's a remote image. Next.js's image component does it with remote images, which is a killer feature, but not Gatsby's. And but like, I'm always like hesitant to be like, yeah, just pay this monthly cost for this service, and then the service will do it, because I do that. But then also, like, it sucks to have to tell someone just pay for it.
Yeah, right.
So like,
yeah.
Wouldn't it be cool to like run it on like a serverless function or something like that? That'd be neat.
It'd be cool if there was like a spin up option where somebody had created like a pre-configured one where you could just like spin up your own Cloudinary. Okay.
Yeah.
You know.
I think that does exist. It's just that like Cloudinary has 4 million features. Yes. And then sometimes you use them like they even have like sepia. Like if you wanted to sepia tone your photos like it's a digital camera from 2001, you could.
Or make it like into a photo booth at a Western show at Disneyland.
Yeah. Or something. That's a great idea. Oh, all right. I think we should end it off there. Thank you, everybody, so much for tuning in. That was really fun. We always like doing these live ones. It's a bummer we couldn't do it in person, but hopefully next year we get the big shot in the arm and we'll be able to see you all in person.
What about sick picks? Do we want to do some sick picks before we bounce off?
Sick picks.
Sick picks. We pick things that are sick. I was just telling Wes, I'm overfloweth with sick picks over here. So well, Wes goes and hunts for his. I'm going to pull up mine here. Sick picks. My sick pick, the thing that I think is sick, and this is going to be a very special one. This is the coolest little extension I've ever done used, and it's called Color Conversion. This is a VS Code extension, and so I'll post it real quick here. Find the actual linked page. So I've been personally dealing with a lot of like moving colors to HSL, HSLA, doing a lot of variable work there. And I found this really neat extension for VS Code that allows me to convert colors from hex to HSLA, and it is so dang fast because you just basically highlight your color string, your hex value, you say go, turns it to HSLA. Again, I'll post it in the chat here. I'm like trying to Google it while I'm talking about it, but it's really nice to not have to leave your editor or whatever, just toggle through different types of color conversions. And this thing's been saving me some serious time.
I'm going to stick pick a lock picking kit. So we have this like vintage gumball machine in our house, and we bought it years ago. And we every now and then we put some candy in it for the kids, and they get a penny and they turn it and they get like a couple Smarties that come out. And it's getting full of money, and we don't have the key. We have the key to put the candy in, but we don't have the key to get the money out, and it's getting full. So I told Caitlin, I was like, oh, I'll learn to pick locks. So I bought this. It's an acrylic lock, so it's see-through, and you can see all of the pins in the lock, so you can see what you're doing. And then it comes with a whole bunch of different picks. I'm trying to pick it. I did it. I did it on camera. So it's a super cheap lock. That's why it's so easy to pick. The real locks are a lot harder than that. But it's cool because you can see what it's doing and how locks actually work. And that just is so helpful to understand, like when you are picking a real lock, what are you trying to do? Mm-hmm. Right now, you're not just jamming this pick in there. And it came
lining up the chambers.
Came with a whole bunch of different types of picks, and I watched Lockpicking Lawyer on YouTube. So
I watched so much lockpicking, trying to lockpick one of our doors, and because the door was locked, it was like a super fancy schlang lock or whatever.
Schlag, yeah, not a schlang.
Schlag. It's a schlang. I was slanging my schlang, and I could not get the thing open, obviously. And then I had a lockpicker come over, and he had to use like a whole like big rig machine to get it open. So I didn't feel too bad about myself after that.
Awesome. Shameless plugs, wesbos.com/courses is the list of all of my courses. You can use Syntax for $10 off.
And I'll shamelessly plug leveluptutorials.com. Sign up to become a pro, and you'll get access to 12 new tutorial series for the entire year, as well as the entire back catalog of thousands of video tutorials. So check it out, leveluptutorials.com. All
right. Thanks so much to Reactathon for having us. Thanks everybody in the chat. That was super fun. Make sure you subscribe to our podcast, syntax.fm, and in whatever podcast player you are using. And leave us a review.
Positive review. Say nice things about us, too. That'd be cool.
Peace.